Whoa.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Now, I know you may be looking at the screen right now and going, Mike, it looks a little bit different than what you normally do. And you would be correct. As some may be aware, about 2 weeks ago, my main computer died. It went to black screen of death on Windows 10. And I have not been able to get that repaired because at the same time, my 14-year-old dog, Khan, my puppy, he had to get an ultrasound for his chest and his liver, and that cost $3,470. And of course, we've been asking people, if you can, please donate. Go to PayPal, go to Patreon, go to Super Chat, whatever you want to do to help out, because I can't really afford that. That's $400 a month. So I'm pretty poor. So I can't fix my computer. Now, amazingly, it's a big first. Right now, I'm using an app. It's an Apple MacBook Air that I'm coming to you on. First time I've ever used anything with Apple. First time I've ever broadcast with it. So if there's sound issues or anything, let me know. I will try and improve it as we go. And sadly, because this doesn't work well with other programs that I use, I'm going to have a little difficulty going to some of the sources, but you will see them in the description. They should be there now as we speak. So that's taking care of a little bit of the back end housework, letting you know what's going on with the channel, with my life right now. And I appreciate that you are here with us. And I know there's many new people who are with us in the channel over the last week, 2 weeks. So let you know, what we do is we want to have a conversation with you. No matter where in the world you are, we reach over 100 different countries every single week. And we have a conversation about the issues that affect each and every one of us. Those of us in America, those in places like England, the United Kingdom, European Union, whether you're in Sri Lanka or Japan, or anywhere else in the world, you are welcome on this channel to speak about what you think. Whether or not your government likes it or not, or approves of it, whether or not the internet overlords like it or not, I'm here to have a conversation with you. So please, let's engage peacefully, respectfully, but we can engage. And if you disagree, I'm happy to hear it. Tell me why. So, with that said, and thank you, by the way, John, for being the first one to make a comment on the channel. Thank you, John. I love your support. So, to all the new people, which we welcome and thank you for being here with the channel, I want you to know that we have the format of the channel. Normally, we start with breaking news. We then go into uh, the international, how America is affecting the world and therefore affecting America. Then we'll go into the international, excuse me, the domestic, talking about America itself and some of the things that are affecting America. That's our normal format. Right now, I'm getting used to this MacBook Air and using Apple products, so it's a little bit off. By the way, I will stop to mention thank you very, very much, John, for your support of the channel, helping my puppy fund. That's $9.99 after the cut from YouTube. Every dime is going towards my puppy paying his bill, 3,400. And I should mention, we have gotten support from Kintsugi, from Peace Logic, from the Dow Grimm and his wife, and they helped us to take that $3,500 bill and reduce it down to 3,000. So I'm literally trying to raise $3,000 right now. In addition, I want to take a moment to also specially thank Peace Logic, who's sometimes on YouTube or watches the show on Rumble. Uh, Peace Logic is the one who provided me with this MacBook Air. Now, he uses Apple, he loves Apple. I'm giving it a try. But he knew my main computer is down. I have no real way of reaching you. So rather than using my cell phone, he wanted me to use this to be able to reach everyone, have a better show. I thank you, Peace Logic. I'm using it, I'm learning it. We'll see how it goes. So I wanted to make a special thank you for that as well. All right. So starting with some of the breaking news, one of the biggest things that just came out, and I saw it just as we were going live, there is an announcement from California that the California Democrats have approved the decision by Gavin Newsom to redistrict California. It is gerrymandered, very much like what we see in Texas, very much like what we have seen 3 times in New York State since 2020. So we're seeing this battle go on between Democrats and Republicans. Does that help anyone? No. This is not about the public. This isn't about individual voters. This will not help Democrats or Republicans, whether in Texas or in California, to be able to make an additional vote. This isn't about how you and I, the American people, making a decision about our elected leaders. This is about political parties and their battle for power. That's all this is. And they will word it as it's about making sure there's fairness and making sure that everything is equal and that you're being properly represented. No, it's not. That's a lie. Whether you hear that from the right or the left, it doesn't matter. That is a lie. The fact is, this is about the power of who gets to control Congress, who gets to control the Senate, who gets to have more donations, more money, and more ability to pass whatever law that they want to pass. This is political partisanship, pure and simple. And I don't care what party you're in, I don't care what side of the divide you're in. That's what gerrymandering is about. It's about making sure you got more of your guys in charge than the other guy. That's all it is. This will not help anyone because if we look at it honestly, no matter what your county is, and most people in America don't know what county they're in. Most people don't know who your elected official is. If you went down the street right now here in the Bronx and you ask people just walking down the street and say, who is the congressman for the New York 15th district. First of all, they wouldn't know they're in the New York 15th district. They have no idea. I could tell them that they're in the 14th, and they think that they're assemblymen, and they wouldn't know who that is. They wouldn't know the difference between assemblyman or a member of Congress. They don't know because this is about politics, not about the public. They have no idea it's Richie Torres. No idea because they never see Richie Torres. He doesn't come out and speak with people. He doesn't go out and have a pizza. He doesn't go shopping in the local bodega. He has no connection to the public. Same thing with AOC. You can say that about Republicans as well. This isn't about the public. By the way, no matter what your district is, if your district is red or blue or purple, doesn't matter. You get to make a vote however you want to make your vote. If you think a Republican or a Democrat or an independent, a libertarian, Green Party, if you think they're the best candidate, that's who you get to vote for. And it doesn't matter what district you're in, you get to vote for whomever you want. That is a fundamental fact of American politics. So why is it important about what district you're in? If it comes down to individual votes, then it doesn't matter what your county is, whether it's blue or red or anything else, because it's about you as an individual voter. You're picking the best candidate. But what this is, and that just tells you how dishonest this is, because they're saying Gavin Newsom or Greg Abbott, they're saying, well, if we change the district, then everyone in that district is going to vote based on the title that we have given them. You're now in a Democratic district, or you're now in a Republican district. So you should vote straight down the line that party. Well, that's about party politics. Maybe everyone straight down the line isn't the best candidate. Maybe there's someone who's better. Maybe they're a libertarian, they're a Green Party, third party, independent candidate. Maybe they're a Democrat or Republican and you're the opposite. It doesn't matter. You get to make the choice because you're an American citizen. If we were in another country, if we were in, I don't know, Brazil, in Venezuela, North Korea, if we were in Laos or Mozambique, then yeah, you wouldn't have a choice. They would be right. Whatever your county is, whatever your district is, then that's the way you're going to vote because those are corrupt countries with broken systems. Your vote as an individual doesn't really matter. It's already been accounted for. And they're just going through the showmanship of giving you the illusion of a vote. In America, you get to actually choose. We actually can have the power over our government because that's the fundamental basis of our country. So it doesn't matter what county you're in. It doesn't matter if it's blue or red. I can vote anything I want. But this is about power. This is about money and how much money Democrats are able to raise. Oh, we control X number of counties we have districts in California. That means you should give us X amount of dollars as a donor. That's what that is. Oh, you have to give us more money because we have more counties, and therefore you don't go to the Republicans. You got to give us the money if you want the deal, if you want your political faction, your business to get a benefit, to get the right kind of deals, the right kind of laws, the proper regulations. So it's a setup. And that's something that's the honest truth. And I say that as a conservative Republican. No, for some people who are going to be shocked who've first seen this channel, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Republican, a conservative Republican. I have run for elected office for Congress as a conservative Republican. That was back in 2014. And in 2020, I ran again for county legislature as a conservative Republican. Yeah. So I'm one of those boogeymen that you're told don't exist. Oh, those black Republicans, they're not real. Yeah, here I am. They don't really care about Republican politics. Yes, I do. I've been doing this for 20 years. 20 years. So we do exist and it does matter. By the way, Happy Life is with us. And Happy Life says they wouldn't know for $1 million. Most people don't. And this is just a pure fact. You ask most people, and most people who are watching this, be honest, you don't know what county you're in. You don't know who controls that county, whether it's blue or red. I mean, if you're in a blue state like New York, you'll assume, well, it's Democrats. If you're in Texas, you'll assume it's a Republican. That isn't necessarily true. That's not the truth of it, but that's the assumption you'll make. And most people don't know who's actually in charge or elected to represent them. And that is a problem. By the way, happy life. It is good to see you with the channel. I hope you are getting healthier and stronger every single day. I look forward to hearing that you have made a 100% recovery. Yes, I do pay attention to who's in my audience, and I do pay attention to what's happening with them as we communicate. Again, this isn't me just talking to you. This is a conversation between us both. And I pay attention to you as much as you're paying attention to me. I really do. So, California is now reacting. This is an attack. Basically, this is Texas said they're going to take the spaghettification, the crazy dimensions, the awkward distribution of the districts, and they made it more like what it should be in every state squares. 720,000 people, square, 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 square. That's what it should be. And they've tried to do that a little bit more. Now, does that help Texas? Well, yeah, it's traditionally a Republican state. So, yeah, it would help them. Democrats, of course, said, oh my God, we might lose Jasmine Crockett. She might have a harder time getting reelected because the promises, the empty promises that she has made to her Democratic voters, free stuff, and we'll pass one more and all the criminals will finally listen to the law. Republicans aren't going to buy that. It's crap. Cursing out people isn't going to go over well with Republicans, whether they're black or white, doesn't matter. They're more conservative. They don't want to see their politicians just cursing people out. So Jasmine Crockett may have a harder time getting reelected. She'll need more money to be able to get reelected in this new district. So to punish the Democrats, the Republicans, to punish people, California is going to make it harder for Republicans to do the same thing. They're going to have a harder time. They're going to need more money. They're going to have better candidates to get elected. That doesn't mean they won't. It just means it's going to take more money, more advertising, more effort. Because redistricting, gerrymandering, which is what it is realistically what this is how easy is it for any political party to have control over you? That's it. They just want the easiest time. How they want the easiest, the least amount of money that they need to spend, the least amount of advertising, the most mediocre of candidates that they can put in there so that people can vote straight down the line and that candidate gets in. That's how Jasmine Crockett got in. That's as simple as it is. So seeing California do this is stupid because now you'll see New York will do it, and then you'll see Kansas go Republican, and this isn't helping it. This isn't making the system better. Not one American citizen is being helped. The political parties are getting helped, but not one citizen is going to benefit from this anywhere in America. And everyone who tells you that they do is lying to your face. If there is any Democrat elected official across America who disagrees with me on this and would like to say, no, no, you just don't understand, because that's what they always say, then fantastic. This is an open channel. Send me your credentials. Let me know who you are, and I will put you on for up to 12 hours to tell me how I am wrong, to explain it as clearly as you can, how this is somehow going to benefit the people and not the party. I am happy to have that conversation, and I open my channel to any elected official anywhere in America who would like to dispute me on this. I can tell you right now, they won't do it. They have their staff watching this channel. I know for a fact across this country, there are many members of Congress, their staff, many elected officials in New York State and other states that watch this channel. I know that for a fact. I have conversations off the record where they will contact me and say, "Yeah, I was watching this program. I heard what you had to say. I was watching for an hour or two here or there." They watch, they hear, they see the comments. They just won't talk. Why? Because they're afraid. Because I will hold them accountable for the promises that they have made and the lies that they tell to the public. Whether they're a Republican or a Democrat, I will hold them accountable. And I always have for 20 years now. You can see I have 2,700 videos that I have done, including event coverage and interviews. And I will ask Republicans and Democrats the tough question because you deserve to know what their answer is, regardless of what I think. You deserve that. So that's the breaking news in California that I did want to cover. It just came out, and they're going to tell you how wonderful this is about racism. And no, it's not. No, it's not. In California and in Texas and everywhere else in America, if you're black, if you're Chinese, if you're a Hispanic, if you're Asian, whatever background you want to say you are, no matter what the color of your skin or your ethnicity, if you're an American citizen and you want to vote, you can. There's nothing stopping anyone from voting in America if they want to. The problem is more and more people don't want to vote for Democrats. That's why they're at 33% approval amongst Democrats, because they have failed. Their policies have failed. And because of their failure, that's why they're in such desperation. It was just, what, a month ago that we saw that the Democratic Party, all their donors abandoned them. They were running out of money because they have failed. That's what this is all about. This is a desperate grab for power so they can justify getting more money so they can maintain their power. That's all this is. And Jasmine Crockett, I think she's a horrible candidate. And it's not because she's a Democrat, it's because she's a horrible candidate, because she's a caricature of an elected official. She can speak properly. She's an intelligent woman. That's why she's an attorney. She's gone and she's well educated, but she would prefer to act the fool. She would prefer to bamboozle her constituents with this ghetto act that she is not, so that she can get more money. We used to call that the minstrel show. I'm a little bit older. I'm older than Jasmine Crockett, in fact. And back in the day, when we saw politicians like that, we would call them minstrels. In fact, Malcolm X used to warn against black politicians just like Jasmine Crockett, saying, "Watch out for them. They're dangerous because they will play the fool. They will do whatever it takes to get the power and the money, and they'll lie to your face." So that's some of the breaking news. I wanted to address that with you. By the way, if you've made it through this much of the show, then thank you. And also, please consider giving us a like, a share, subscribe. Most importantly, subscribe. Help us break through the algorithms from YouTube and Google that are trying to suppress the voices of anyone and everyone that does not parrot the approved messaging coming from uh, CNN and ABC and CBS, the New York Times, and of course, Ms. Now, MSNOW, the former MSNBC that got kicked out of NBC because they too, like the Democratic Party, completely failed their viewers, completely failed the public. That's why they can't say NBC anymore. Because if they were at all successful in their job of being news broadcasters, of being news media, they would still be under NBC. They're not, because they're failures, because they're about propaganda, not about news media. But let me go on. So I wanted to talk about that breaking news. There is, in addition to that, some other breaking news that's been going on. In the Bronx, there was a shooting yesterday. One person died, a 32-year-old man who has not been identified. He's black. And then there were four other individuals that were shot. Two individuals in the back, one person in the arm. A third person was a young girl, 17. she was shot in the face. And this was at a one of the parks here in New York City, in the Bronx. And this was during a basketball game that was ongoing. And this is being reported, I believe this was reported by CBS News. And the fact is, I bring that up to remind you, because this is not national news. The national media, even the regional New York media, they're not going to talk about this. This is yet another example that gun control does not work. New York State has the New York Safe Act. We've got the red flag laws. We've got thousands, literally thousands of gun laws in New York State alone. And just like in Chicago, just like in California, thousands of laws. None of them stopped someone in the Bronx from shooting 5 people, killing one. Not one. Not one law stopped them, whether it was a legal gun or not. And by the way, all the talk about, oh my God, it's those assault weapons, which don't exist. An assault weapon is a machine gun. It's like an M60. That would be an assault weapon. That's not what people are running around with. They're not running. They mean to say, well, semi-automatic rifles. People aren't running around with those. No, what happened in the Bronx was a handgun, which you do not hear Democrats talk about. And what they don't mention is 60% of all gun crimes are with handguns. And they don't mention that the majority, roughly about 55% of all gun crimes, about 55% of all gun crimes are suicide. That's the first thing. They don't tell you that. That's the big number. Take out the suicides, and the number drops by a little more than half. And of that number, about half of those are because of gangs. They're not individuals running around just shooting people, it's gang fighting. And they don't like to mention that. And I would not be surprised that what we saw in the Bronx last night was something related to drugs and or gangs. It could be some crazed individual, could be. But most likely, and knowing the Bronx, knowing the region of the Bronx that this took place in, then I would tend to believe that this was something that happened because of a gang and or drugs. Almost assuredly. Because that's what normally happens. And not one promise you've been given about gun control has stopped it. Not one promise that you've been given. Not one law that has been passed by Kathy Hochul, the New York legislature, and across this country, not one of them made you safer. And that individual who currently is still out loose, nothing stopping them from shooting even more people. Especially if their gang wants it to happen, especially if drugs are involved. Yeah, you're not safe. So let's stop saying gun control is going to save you. That passing one more law is going to stop the crazed maniac. One more law is going to stop that mass shooter. One more law is going to stop that gang member from firing into the public. It won't. It's a nice dream. It might let you sleep at night nicely, thinking that the lie is working, but it won't. It's not true. It never has been. Let me take a quick comment here. And I see I have a comment from John that says, any thoughts on how long it'll be before Trump sends National Guard to New York City? Or do you think it won't even happen at all? Well, I'm going to answer that in a little bit. I do want to answer that, John. That's going to be in reference to what we're seeing in Chicago. And hopefully throughout the show today, we may get an individual, a podcaster of some note and credibility, who may be joining the channel somewhere along the line. He may jump in, and if he's able, I know it was the last minute. I asked him this morning if he could jump on, give us the perspective of what they're expecting in Chicago and how they feel about it. By the way, this is someone who is a leftist. They're not a Republican, not a conservative. They're on the left, have very different views than myself, and they may join us and give us their perspective about what's happening in Chicago, which will inform us about New York City. So that is going to come up a little bit later in the show. I will be addressing that, John. Just hold on with us. He goes on to say, my guess, it'll be during the time of the elections for New York City mayor. Probably not. That's more of an issue for the 2026 midterms, I believe, than what we're going to see in the New York City mayor's race. The New York City mayor's race is a mess all of its own. But thank you for John for bringing that up because that gives me an ability to segue into another subject. And by the way, for those who are new to the channel, normally I would be bringing up a separate screen so that you could see all of the sources that I am using to get this information, to give you the facts before I go into my conjecture, my conclusions about it. Because this is a MacBook Air and I am not familiar with it, I can't do that at the moment. It's not working properly. I use the Apple computer. So, with that being said, I can't do that right now, but I am trying to give you as many sources as I can so you can look it up for yourself. But it is interesting because on Twitter today, uh, Andrew Cuomo actually put out a really interesting thing. Now, Andrew Cuomo is horrendous. He's a pig. He is a problem for New York, and he rightfully resigned in disgrace after being responsible for the death of 16,000 people during the lockdowns. And according to Letitia James, a fellow Democrat, he was investigated and found responsible for 11 acts of sexual abuse. That is Letitia James' word on that, has nothing to do with me. So I don't think he should be I don't think Andrew Cuomo should be elected to anything. But he did make a very funny comment, and it's on. You can go to my X or Twitter account, and you'll see that I made a comment. I reposted it because Zoran Mandami decided that he was going to go to the gym, and he wanted to be like real people, and so he wanted to show you that he can work out just like real people do. And Zoran Mandami couldn't lift his own body weight. He was in a bench press and he was incapable of lifting his own body weight. In fact, he was so incapable that he had to be rescued. Someone had to come over, his spotter had to grab the bar and lift it up and save him from killing himself by trying to lift his own body weight. That's pretty pitiful. That's pretty pitiful because not that, look, everyone doesn't have to be an athlete to run for politics. Of course not. But I can tell you that when I was in my 30s, this is after I got out of the Marine Corps, after I traveled around the world and came back to America, when I wasn't working out on a regular basis, in my 30s, I was still more than capable of lifting up my body weight, if not double my body weight, when I went to a gym. And that wasn't frequent, but it did happen. I did work out a lot more when I was 30 than I do now, and I'm older. Zoran Mandami is the definition of a soy boy progressive socialist. He has been so entitled. He has been so coddled by society and his echo chamber bubble that he is a definition of the weakness that many of us see in being progressive and socialist. He's pitiful. And it is not the best image for someone who wants to be a leader of millions of people that he is physically weak and incapable of doing anything. He is physically weak. That is sad. Look, I run a campaign. I talk to people about campaigns. You never put your candidate into a position where they will embarrass themselves, where they will show a sign of weakness, that they are incapable of doing something, especially something that is common and easy for most people to do. So that means you don't talk about rocket science when your candidate barely made it out of high school. You don't do that. You don't embarrass them in that way. Zoran Mandami and his campaign, in their effort to be I'm just like everybody. I'm an everyman. And so he decided to try and lift weights like an everyman, and he failed. And he showed himself to be weak. And if he is so uncaring, so unconcerned about his own health, his own strength, that he cannot lift up what is considered a minimum bar to be able to lift up his own body weight. And if he can't lift it up in a bench press, I doubt that he could do 10 push ups. He may not be able to do even one push up. Then that is a weak individual. And that also, to me, you may disagree, but I believe that reflects in saying that he has weak mental discipline, that he is so incapable of being able to maintain himself, then how could he possibly maintain anything else? And that's something I want you to think about. Look, I'm almost 60, I'm 57 years old. And right now, I can do 10 push ups. It's not because I was a Marine in my 20s and I can do it now. It's not because I work out on a regular basis. I don't. I'm not as physically fit as I'm sure I could be if I put in the effort. I'm 57. I don't need to be overly fit. I'm fit for 57, but I'm not, not running any marathon anytime soon because I don't want to and I have no need to. I'm also not running for elected office. But I guarantee you, if I was running for elected office and I walked into a gym, I guarantee you that the 3 months before that, I would have been working out in private and making sure that I was able to lift my own body weight at the minimum. That I could do not just 10 push ups, but I could do 50. And so when I showed up in public, that's what the people would see. Not some weak soy boy that is so lax, so coddled, so uncaring, unconcerned that I would embarrass myself in the way that Zoran Mandami did. And I think, Andrew Cuomo, even a broken clock can be right twice a day. And Andrew Cuomo was correct for calling out Zoran Mandami for being so physically weak, which infers that he is also mentally weak, that he is not disciplined in his mentality. And I don't say everything you want. I do think that Andrew Cuomo is physically fit enough that he can lift his own body weight, that he could do 10, 20, maybe more push ups, that his mental discipline, Andrew Cuomo, corrupt as he is, that he is mentally disciplined and strong. You can't lie like Andrew Cuomo does without having a strong mental discipline. Zoran Mandami, I have questions. Now, if there's anyone who loves Zoran Mandami, you're a supporter of Zoran Mandami, and you would like to explain to me how his physical weakness is not a sign of his mental weakness or a deficiency as him as a candidate, I'd be happy to hear that. But I think you won't hear that because everyone knows if you're physically weak, you're more prone to sickness, you're more prone to illness, you're more prone to accident, and you will be less capable than other people who are physically fit. Zoran did this to himself. He brought this question up about himself in his actions. No one else did this to him. His team needs to be fired because none of them should have approved him to go out on tape to a gym and he could be so physically weak and fail so obviously. It's embarrassing and I think it's going to cost him. But that's some breaking news. You may not have seen that. Again, that it is on my Twitter channel. You can see my repost of it in my comment. Zoran Mandami is weak as hell, physically, and therefore, I believe, mentally. That's my opinion. If you disagree, I'm happy to hear your comments. Tell me why you think that a physically weak individual isn't also mentally weak when it comes to politicians. So I wanted to cover that. More breaking news. So it just came out, and this is real brief. It came from the BBC. And according to the BBC today, they put out a article speaking about the fact that there are now 1 million less illegal aliens in America than when Donald Trump first took office. So, in the space of 7 months, Donald Trump, besides the deportations that he has been successful in doing, the mass deportations that he was elected to do, besides taking away 93%, 95% of all new illegal aliens crossing the border, he didn't stop illegal aliens entering America. Nothing will ever stop that. Every country has some amount of illegal aliens entering their nation. You can't seal a country 100%. It's not possible. Even the ancient Chinese learned that when they built the Great Wall. Even that didn't stop illegal aliens from coming into ancient China. You can't stop that. But you can diminish it severely. That's why 102 nations out of 130 in the world all have walls. Oh, people don't really know that. Yes, over 100 countries around the world out of 140, 130, 140 countries in the world have walls protecting their borders. That is a fact. It's not an opinion, it's not a guess, that's an absolute fact. So walls do work, especially in making borders secure because borders are real. I know there are progressives out there who are losing their mind and saying, you can't say that. That's not. It's true. Whether you like it or not, totally different thing. You can feel whatever you want to feel about that, but that is a fact. So Donald Trump has reduced by 93% the number of illegal aliens entering into the United States versus the Biden administration just 1 year ago. That is substantial. And that is what he was elected to do. We also have mass deportations that have been going on. And that has, while not exactly the same number as what was promised on the campaign trail, it is happening and it is having a positive impact. It is reducing the burden on the infrastructure of states and cities around the country. I mean, New York City was spending $2 billion a year on illegal aliens in the migrant, putting them up in hotels and every shelter in the city and giving them $13,000 cards to buy food and clothing. We're not doing that anymore. And the number of illegal aliens coming into New York has reduced significantly. But the only place where the number of illegal aliens hasn't significantly dropped is California, because California is a sanctuary state and they are very welcoming to illegal aliens, which is part of the reason why they have so many problems in California and why they are absolutely the amount of debt of California by itself is more than a third of all the nations, the GDP of a third of the nations in the world. That's how much money they're losing. It is astounding. It's staggering. But that's another question. So, on top of all of these successes, as were voted for, Donald Trump and the Trump administration have, according to the BBC, reduced the number of illegal aliens in America by 1 million. Now, estimates will vary. Some people will tell you that there are 20 million, 30 million. I've seen numbers from about 30 to 50 million. I've seen as high as 80 million illegal aliens in the United States at this time. Now, I don't think 80 million is correct. I think the number is somewhere between 30 to 50 million. Now, I know someone will say, and they'll look at this, but Mike, the number is actually 20 million. Everyone quotes 20 million. That number was correct under the Clinton administration. We first started saying between 10 to 20 million illegal aliens under Clinton. Now, let's assume that the number of illegal aliens in America did not change from the Clinton administration, 2 terms of the Bush administration, the Obama administration, 2 terms there, and Obama was very welcoming, an open border in his administration. And under the Trump administration, which was much more restrictive, let's assume none of that. Under Joe Biden, this is the first time that the number of illegal aliens changed from under Clinton in the 1990s to today. Let's assume that. And the number was, let's say, 15 million. Let's say 15 million illegal aliens under the Clinton administration and never changed, even with the open border policies of the Obama administration. Well, under the Biden administration, we know for a fact 8 million new illegal aliens entered the United States through the Democratic open border process. That alone means that the number would be 23 million illegal aliens. Just by changing that. And again, I'm using the most conservative numbers I can. But we know throughout the entire Obama administration, they're recording somewhere between 20 and 25 million. And some people were even estimating 30 million illegal aliens under the Obama administration. Again, if we just take 25 million as the middle ground, and say, let's add 8 million to that, that's 33 million illegal aliens at the end of the Biden administration. So there are more illegal aliens in America than the news media likes to quote. They like to use the old numbers to give you a false impression of the magnitude of the problem that has been affecting America and how severe that problem is. I mean, there's a reason why New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, Austin, Seattle, Portland were all going bankrupt under the Biden administration's open border policies. Every single one of those cities. And every one of those cities' mayor did beg the Biden administration for federal funding because the infrastructure of their cities was being broken by the inflow of illegal aliens because of that open border policy. That's a fact. Mayor Wu, Mayor Johnson, Eric Adams, every one of their mayors, Karen Bass, Baltimore had the same problem. Detroit had the same problem. You can look it up for yourself. This is all documented. So, yes, more illegal aliens are in the country than you think. They were destroying our economy. Again, and I know someone will say, let me hold this off. Some progressive out there will say, but Mike, Nancy Pelosi told you illegal aliens are good for America. We need them. They're a benefit. They help bring in money. They make money for America. Okay, well, if that's true, just let's assume that that's supposed to be true. New York City had 200,000. Actually, it's more than, but let's just go with the smallest number I can find. 200,000 illegal aliens entered into New York City in 1 year under the Biden administration. And let's assume it was only 200,000. We know it was more, according to Eric Adams, according to his testimony to Congress. It was over 200,000, but let's just go with 200,000. And that 200,000 was putting New York City $2 billion in debt per year. $2 billion in debt. If illegal aliens are such a benefit, then why didn't New York City, Chicago, Boston, Baltimore, Detroit, LA, why didn't they have a profit? Why didn't they make money? Why weren't they showing a net gain in their tax revenues, in the amount of money they had available to pay their debt, to pay their bills? Why were they losing money if illegal aliens are a net benefit to the public? It's a simple thing. This is a simple math problem. Any kid in sixth grade can answer this problem. And so can any person in America. It's the fact that Democrats don't want to answer that because news media don't want to present that fact to you. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to have a conversation. You're supposed to just accept Nancy Pelosi said they're good, therefore they're good. Don't ask questions. Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand, AOC, Ilhan Omar, they said illegal aliens are good and they make money. So don't talk about it. Just assume that they're correct. They're not. And I know a lot of people go, but Mike, they're in Congress. So what? I know many members of Congress, more than the average person. I know I have met and interviewed and spoken with many individuals in Congress. Okay. And I've known several of these individuals before they got into Congress, and for several of them after they've gotten out of Congress. I can guarantee you one thing: they are no smarter than anyone else. The number of votes they got did not suddenly, through osmosis, make them smarter. They didn't suddenly gain intelligence because they got elected to office. They're just as dumb as anyone else walking down the street. And in some cases, some of these politicians are dumber than someone you would find on the street right now, in whatever community you're in. I can say that for a fact because I've actually had these conversations, some on the record, some off the record, with many members of Congress. So, no, they're not brilliant. They're not super smart. They don't have an understanding that you and I don't have. It's just not true. Anyone who says that is lying to you. Anyone who says, oh, no, no, they're smarter than everyone. No, they're not. No, they aren't. I've had the conversations with them in person. No, they aren't. Oh, but they know more than you do. No, they do not. I've had the conversations with them. Some of the interviews I've had with many elected officials, they don't even know some of the legislation they support. And I have proven that in interviews with members of Congress and also members of the New York State Legislature. And I've talked to politicians across this country. They don't know the legislation as well as I do. They should, you're right. They should know it at least as well as I do. They have an entire staff to make sure that they would know it as well as I do. They don't. Even when I've scheduled an interview with them and told them that I'm going to speak about this piece of legislation, they don't know the question, they just know the topic. And even with telling them, I'm going to ask a question about, I don't know, immigration or red flag laws, as an example. I say, I'm going to ask a question about that so that I'm telling you over 24 hours ahead of time so that you will be prepared to answer that question. So you can't say, I don't know, because I told you. I told you you would be asked a question about that. And they come on and they don't know the information, even when they were prepared. That's the truth about your politicians. I know that. And that's not something new. This is over 2 decades. This has been the truth. That's on the left, that's on the right, that's independence, all of it. It's amazing when you think about it. But that's just fact. But I say all of that to bring it back to the point. Donald Trump has been effective at what he was elected to do: reduce the number of illegal aliens in America. If you want to believe the false number of 20%, which would be correct for the 1990s, he still dropped it from there. If you want to believe the more accurate numbers, that puts us somewhere in the 30 to 50 million range, he reduced it from there. He is being effective. This is what he was elected for. And yes, that's what the majority of Americans did vote for. Democrats like to ask you that question. Is this what you voted for? Yes, it is. Yes, in fact, it is. Reduce the number of illegal aliens, mass deportations. We did vote for that, and we are getting what we voted for. Democrats don't do that. They made a lot of promises to us. We didn't get anything, any of the things they promised us, we didn't get. They did things for their donors, not for the public. So I did want to bring that up. All right. Let me move on from that. And let's talk a little bit about international news. Okay. There is something that happened that was reported on Friday. It's in the international news. I thought it was rather important because it is a signal for what may happen in America, especially if you live in a blue progressive state. So keep this in mind. This is the future. We're getting a chance to see the future ahead of time. In Denmark, which is considered one of the socialist utopias of the world. They're not socialist. It's not a socialist government, but a lot of progressives like to say it is because they need to point to something that's successful to make it seem like socialism works. They're not socialists. They'll tell you themselves. Not a socialist government. No, that is a lie. But anyway, Denmark on Friday, a young mother, an 18-year-old woman, gave birth to her child, a daughter. This is good news. Healthy baby, healthy mom, successful pregnancy, gave birth to the child. The mother wants the baby. So this isn't something about abortion or anything like that. This isn't about putting up a child for adoption. The mother wants the baby. She gave birth to the baby. The baby is healthy. So it's not even about the health of the mom or the baby. The Denmark's government, the government of the Netherlands, took the baby away from the mother. 1 hour. Let me say it again. 1 hour after the mother gave birth, while she was holding her newborn baby in her hands, the Dutch government came over, took that baby, and said, "Thank you, kid's ours now." Took the baby from the mother. Not because of health, not because the mother gave up the baby for adoption. No, no. They just said, "You can't be the mother." I think this is terrifying. Now, to be fair and to be complete, and you can see this article for yourself, the girl is a Greenlander. So she has Greenland as her heritage. That is part of Denmark. So the Denmark have control over Greenland. Fine. And there are laws that say that you cannot. This was a competency test. This is what the left wants to do. This is what progressives are looking to do. Are you a competent mom? Are you competent enough to raise your own child? And if the government says you're not, they take your child away from you. Now, they have a test to find out, are you a competent mom? And I don't mean a test like, can you read? Can you write? Are you literate? Can you do math? Are you mentally disabled? That's not what the test determines. That's not it. The test is for, have you had trauma in your life? If you have had a trauma in your life, the government, the Dutch government, will take your child away from you. Now, this is illegal to do to someone from Greenland. That's a law in Netherlands. So it's illegal. And they did it anyway. So they have a test for competency. Watch out. You will hear California come up with this idea. You will see this in New York or Illinois. You will hear this from progressives. You have to test someone. Remember, these are the people who believe it takes a village, a government village, according to Hillary Clinton, to raise a baby. And the government is more than happy to take your kids from you. That's what they do with red flag laws. That's the unspoken reality of red flag laws. If you have children and they're coming with a red flag law, you have not committed any crime, you're not even accused of committing a crime, and they will come and take your property. And because they're taking away your rights, they are required in every single state, all 18 states, will take your children from you because that household is too dangerous for the kid to be in. And you will spend a year and $20,000 to get back your own children without ever committing a crime, without there ever being a question of whether or not your kids had been raised correctly or any kind of abuse. Nothing. There is no allegation. Just because someone said, we don't like you having a gun, they will come take your kids. Democrats never like to talk about this. This is a fact. I've talked to lawmakers about this in New York State, in Connecticut, in Indiana. I have I have gotten FOIA reports on this. I have double checked this with the state of New York and other states as well. This is a fact. It is happening. It is not reported, and the mainstream news media will not touch the subject. And I've been trying to get them to touch it since 2018, but it is a fact. So much like the red flag laws, which means Democrats are more than willing to take your kids and give them to the government to raise instead of you, because they believe that the government is better at raising your children than you are. We see this with the education system all the time. They tell you teachers are better at teaching your kids than you are. Don't ask about the curriculum. Don't ask questions about the lesson plan. Just accept that those kids, when they go into a school, the school is going to teach them better than you. And you have to have your kids in school. You shouldn't homeschool. If you listen to the left, they never want to talk about the option or the choice of homeschooling your child or giving your child a private school. No, they want your kids in public education and they will teach them what they think they should know, even though we see, as an example, earlier this year, we covered this in Hartford, Hartford's high school. That's in Hartford in Connecticut. The Hartford High School graduated a class of kids where they were literally illiterate. In fact, right now, Hartford High School in Connecticut is being sued by one of their graduates because she is in college and she is illiterate. She cannot read, she cannot write. She uses her cell phone to translate everything from text to words so that she can hear it speak to her. That's how she's using AI. She is illiterate. And she graduated and got a degree, her high school diploma, from the state of Connecticut. Democrats don't care. They do not care. She learned everything they wanted her to learn. She didn't need to learn how to read and write. She just needed to learn how to obey Democrats and authority. That's all they wanted to ingrain into her. And whether she could read or write is immaterial. They didn't care. Whether she would be a productive citizen was immaterial to did she learn she has to listen to authority. That's what they're raising. So they love taking kids from parents. They love putting government control over children rather than parental control over children. So do not think what's happening in Denmark is something that can't happen in America, because to a certain degree it already is. But think about this. In Denmark, they took, I haven't gotten to why. Let me explain the why. You will be amazed. This is not something you're going to see in the New York Times. This is not an article you're going to hear about in CNN. They're not going to cover this. They don't want you to think about this. They don't want you to realize that they're going to try this in America. They took the child, the 1 hour old baby, from her mother because the mother, who's 18, had at one point in her life, she was abused by her adoptive father. By the way, the adoptive father is in jail. He is convicted of his abusive crimes and he is in jail as we speak. But because this young mother, who is in good health, is an athlete, and wanted her baby because she suffered in her past a trauma, they took away her baby, which was, by the way, at all points illegal because she couldn't pass a arbitrary government imposed motherhood test. She was not found competent because she had a trauma in her past. She's literate, she's intelligent, she's mental, she has all of her mental faculties, and they took away her baby because she had a trauma in her past. And so the government said, that means we take your baby. She, at this moment, as has been reported, at this moment, she is only allowed to see her own child 2 hours every 14 days. 2 hours. She gets to see her child for 2 hours every 14 days. This is a newborn. Tell me how that is not evil. Tell me how that's not massive abuse. And that's government control. Tell me how that isn't authoritarian. This is from one of the countries that they like to tell you is a socialist country. This is what the supposed socialism does. This is where progressivism leads you to. The government taking away a newborn, no reason. This is sick. This is twisted. You need to know about it. The public doesn't know. You should know. This is important. And that's why I went through that story so that you can understand the full aspect of it. You don't have to believe me. Look it up. Go ahead, put it in there. Denmark, baby, taken away from mother, competency test. Put it into any search engine. You will get this. Happened 2 days ago. You will find the star. It's out there. It's not promoted. You're not going to hear the mainstream news media talk about it, but it happened. And this is something that I guarantee will come to America. We've already heard people talking about whether or not you should be, or whether or not you should be able to have kids, competition tests. And that's not coming from the right, that's coming from the left. Be terrified, folks. I'm terrified of this. It's one of the sickest stories I've heard. It is damn well demonic in what it that's what it is. It's demonic. The government is so desperate to control your children, to be able to mold them into whatever the government wants them for, and to be used as. They're willing to strip newborn babies an hour after 1 hour in the hands of their mother for no better reason than the government said so. That's every woman who is watching this channel right now, every woman who has a child, everyone who knows a woman who has given birth to a child, every mother out there, which would be a woman who gave birth to a child. I don't play those silly games with the progressives. Right? Every woman who has given birth to a child, who is a mother, they should hear about this story. I'd love to hear your comments, whether you want to comment in the chat or if you're watching the show after it's live and you want to comment in the comments, fantastic. Let me know. You want to put in a super chat or a rumble rant, however you want to do it. I want to hear what the women think about this. I want to hear what the mothers think about this. Is that insane? Is that not evil? And that is progressivism. That's the left. It's not the right. That's authoritarian. And it's from the left, not the right, which is why you're not hearing about it on CNN. That's why MS Now is not talking about this. That's why the New York Times doesn't want to have this article. They don't want you to see what's coming. I do. Now, if there's anyone who thinks this is a good idea, I'm happy to hear your comment. If you think that just because a woman has had a trauma in their life, that they should be denied their own child, tell me, please explain to me why. Explain to me how you get to that logic. And then tell me, by the way, as you do that, tell me what human being on the face of the earth has not experienced some level of trauma in their lifetime? Because there is no such human being. It doesn't exist. It's just an excuse to take a child from a mother. That's all that is. It's just an excuse for the government to have control, to raise children the way the government wants. And that's terrifying. That's terrifying. I don't know. Maybe someone disagrees with me. I don't know. I don't think people will. I look forward to the comments, whether you want to comment in chat or afterwards. It's up to you. But I look forward to that. All right. Now we're going to move a little bit further into the conversation. But remember, I'm always looking forward to hearing your comments throughout the show. You can super chat, you can rumble rant if you wish. And by the way, take a moment. If this is something that no one else has talked to you about, across the internet. And I'm pretty sure right now it isn't. I'm the only one who's doing political commentary and talking to you about this outside of Denmark. If I'm the only one talking to you, giving you this insight, giving you this information that you can verify for yourself, guess what? Give me a like, give me a like, maybe share, and most of all, subscribe. That's all. It costs you nothing. But no one else is going to have this conversation with you. No one. Because they don't want you to think about the consequences. I do. Because I respect you. I believe you're an individual. I think you're an adult. I think you're a grown individual who can make choices for themselves. You don't need the government to think for you. I respect you. They don't. And that's why you're seeing the conversation here and not on CNN. You're not seeing it on Breaking Points. You're not seeing it on MSNBC. You're not seeing it anywhere else. They don't want to have this conversation. You're supposed to obey. I don't think you should blindly obey anyone. That being said, and by the way, if you want to help out my puppy fund to help me pay off the last $3,000 of the current bill for my puppy, hey, I could have used the help. You can go to my PayPal. The link is in the description, and you can give whatever you'd like. You can join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. And if everyone who's on my subscription list gave $1.50, I'd pay off the entire bill next month. It's just that simple. Everyone just gave, everyone joined my Patreon for 1 month and paid the $1.50. I'd pay my puppy's bill and he'd be fine. I'd also have enough money left over to fix my computer. That's how little it takes. But you can give as much or as little as you choose, and you're not obligated to do any of that. All I ask for is a like, a share, or a subscription. It's your choice because, again, you're an adult. You can make the choice for yourself, whatever you choose to do. All right. So let me see if I can continue to earn your like. Let me see if I can earn your subscription today because I'm trying. I am definitely trying. Let's talk a little bit more about what's going on overseas because you're not hearing a whole lot about what's happening overseas. Here's some other little lightly covered news. In Canada this week, I believe it was on Friday, as reported by several news agencies, as they just threw it out. This was passing through, they ignored it. They announced it and said, okay, yeah, we're done with that story. You probably heard it from, if you heard it at all, it was covered in a minute and a half in the weekly roundup from most of the major news media coverage. You know, when they do the news from around the world in 1 minute, this would have been part of that news. Canada just folded. As much as you're hearing about tariffs and you're hearing about Donald Trump having failed America, that America is going into a recession, that America, the economy is collapsing, that inflation is escalating beyond belief, none of these things are true. By the way, when inflation went to 22% in August of 2022, you did not hear any of the mainstream news media mention that. They ignored the fact that there was 22% inflation in the United States. They told you it's not a problem. Things are better than you think they are. Don't worry about it. Democrats have a plan. Bidenomics is working. That's what they told you at the height of inflation in America. Now they're telling you when inflation significant. In fact, we've had a reduction in inflation over the 7 months that Donald Trump has been in office, and they're telling you that the economy is falling apart, inflation is running rampant, and Donald Trump is destroying America. That's what they're telling you for 7 months. They didn't say a word of that when inflation was at 22%. Didn't say a word of that. Everything was fine then. Now it's the world is ending. The world is ending because Orange Man bad. And part of that message of the world is ending and the economy is collapsing is the fact that the tariffs, Canadian tariffs, Canada decided that they wanted to play hardball with the United States. And people who've been watching this channel long term heard me say At that time, Canada is going to lose. Canada needs America and America's economy more than we need theirs. They depend on America far more than America depends on Canada. And they already have outrageous tariffs against America. You don't have to believe me. Go to any dairy farmer, go to most farmers in America that ship goods to Canada. Ask any of the liquor salesmen from America that ship goods to Canada. Ask them about the tariffs, the Canadian tariffs on American goods. And they will tell you that some of these tariffs are 135% or more. That was before Trump. That was under Biden. That was under Obama. That's always been the way it's been. This is not something from Trump. This is pre-existing, and it's been there for decades. They took advantage of America. They took advantage of weak leaders who don't pay attention to international politics and don't have an economic focus. That's people like Obama. They Obama thought the textbook is the way the world works. He thought that whatever he heard in the economics class, Economics 101, is exactly how the world actually does economics. That's not reality, not even close. And we suffered as a nation because of Obama's ideas. And then we had Joe Biden, who gave us another round of those same hyper progressive, hyper socialist ideas, and they failed too. That's why he lost. That's why Democrats lost. And now, those same people who were supporting the failures of Obama, the failures of the Biden economic policies, are now telling you that Donald Trump failed in with Canada. And the truth is, Canada just folded. Canada just reduced their tariffs. That's a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a guess. That's a fact. Happened this week, Friday, as I recall. Canada came out, the Prime Minister of Canada said, oh, well, we're trying to put out an olive branch. He's going to word it the best way he can. He's going to make it sound as good for Canada as he can. More importantly, he's going to make it sound like he made the decision, that he's being magnanimous, that this is a choice for Canada, and he decided to be the good guy because Orange Man Bad is the bad guy, obviously. And so he says, oh, no, no. Look, Canada decided to take the high road. Have moral superiority over Donald Trump, and we're going to unilaterally reduce the amount of tariffs that Canada has against the United States, lower than where we were under before Trump and since. You know what? He's a liar. He's a political liar. He's saving face. The truth is, the tariffs were hurting Canada more than they were hurting America, which is why you haven't heard about the Canadian tariffs, because American people don't care. We're not in love with maple syrup. And by the way, we have maple syrup. You can get it from New York State, you can get it from California. We have plenty of maple syrup in America. We don't need Canadian maple syrup. We don't need Canadian bacon. We enjoy it because we're America and we can afford it. And we like to have choices, but we don't need it. We have American syrup. We have American bacon. We have everything that Canada can provide. We already have it in America. We don't need it from Canada. The only thing we don't really have is some of the oil sands, and oil and natural gas. We get some of that from Canada, but that's also not hyper required. America has the ability to be energy independent without Canada. So we don't need them even for that. But because they're our neighbor, and rather than letting them sell the energy to oil and gas to China, our enemy, we buy it. It helps our neighbor, our ally, and it helps us. So we do that. We don't have to. That's not a requirement for America. So Canada needs us. And Canada back down because Canada raised the tariffs against American goods because of politics, because of Orange Man bad. That's as simple as it is. You may not like that answer, and there are some people who are the more left leaning you are, the less you will like that answer. But that is the financial truth. That is an economic reality. And so the Canadian Prime Minister will come out and say, well, this is because we're being morally better than Donald Trump. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because if it wasn't financially a benefit to Canada, you wouldn't do it. No, no. He's being responsible. I give him that. The moral high road is he has to be accountable to the Canadian people. And those tariffs were hurting the Canadian people, the Canadian economy. So he has to drop it. And that's what he did. And that's exactly what everyone involved in politics knew. Everyone who's involved in economics, every stockbroker, every analyst, if they were being honest with you, and if you read their reports in full, they would tell you long term, Canada can't keep up the tariffs. Canada would have to cave. Just a matter of time. It hurt Canada far more than the United States. Same thing with the Chinese tariffs. China needed the tariffs to go down. China needed a deal more than America did because they need our money more than we need their products. That's just a fact. You may not like that. If you believe in this orange man bad mentality, you may be upset about that. But that is the truth. That is the ultimate, final, absolute, empirical truth. You can put whatever spin you want on it. You can feel however you want to feel about it. That's the truth. John's with us, and John says, he had a comment here. Thank you for the comment, by the way, John. And John says, my local radio station is touting the story of Florida's real estate market hurting because there aren't enough Canadians traveling to Florida anymore because of the tariffs. Again, the tariffs hurt Canadians more than it hurts Americans, and that's not Orange Man bad. That's not Donald Trump's problem. Donald Trump was correct to fight the Canadian tariffs to try and make it better for American farmers, in particular. One of the biggest exports is American produce. It was making it better for America. And the better America does, the better that Canada ultimately does at the end of the day. But we're getting rid of the disadvantage that has been in place under Obama, under Clinton, under even the Bush administrations. It's been there for decades. He's just rebalancing and saying, no, no, let's have an even, or at least a closer to even playing field. And so Canada broke. This is good news for America. That's why you're not hearing about it. That's why the mainstream news media isn't talking about this. You're not going to see a bunch of analysts come out and go, see, Trump was right. Trump worked. They're not going to say that because Orange Man bad. That's the message. That's the bias. They're trying to sell you that idea. And they can't sell you that idea if it's obviously not correct. If the empirical data proves they're wrong. Let's see here. John goes on to say they are also counting the loss of tourism and border counts. Well, the Florida border is nowhere near Canada. So the people who are going to Florida from Canada isn't just someone crossing over. It's not like Niagara Falls. It's not like people going from Canada into New York State or going from Canada into Montana or into Oregon or Washington State, which is just, it's a 2 hour trip. You jump in the car and you're there. You're flying across into another country, multiple hours. You're spending 4, 5, 6 hours in a plane just to get to Canada. That's not the average Canadian. That's someone who's middle class Canadian taking that kind of a trip. That's the reality. And if Canada's economy is bad, and it is, that's going to have an impact. Part of the reason why Canada's economy was bad is because of the tariffs from Canada against the United States. So that's why. But the news media like to frame this as Orange Man bad, as Trump is the bad guy. And trust me, if you want to critique Donald Trump, fantastic. If you tell me Orange Man bad, I'll laugh in your face. That's not a critique. That's not logical. It's a waste of time. So if you want to say Orange, but Mike, Orange Man bad, I don't care. Stop speaking. You're wasting your breath and you're wasting my time. Orange Man bad is not an answer. That's a feeling. That is an emotional manipulation. Some might even say it's a derangement. TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. It might be that. If you want to have a critique and say, well, is this amount of tariff versus that amount of tariff, or the negotiations on the tariff, is there a better solution? That's a critique and that's a conversation. We can have that. We can talk about what's the best amount of tariff for the United States and for our allies, in particular, like Canada. We can have that conversation. But if you tell me it's Orange Man bad, you're not having a conversation. You're having an emotion. That's your emotion. I'm an American. You can have whatever emotion you want. I'm not going to try and stop you. I'm not Denmark. I'm not going to try and control your emotions. I'm not going to hold it against you that you have an emotion. But that doesn't mean I have to participate in your emotional outburst. You can have the emotion you want. I don't have to have it. I don't have to like it. I don't have to agree with it. You can have it. It's yours. Keep it. The left seems to think that everyone has to have the same emotion that they have. That is authoritarian and it's stupid because human beings are individuals. We're not a checkbox. We're not a collective. Communism doesn't exist. It's not natural in human beings. That's a fact. So you can have whatever feeling you want. I don't have to participate. And that's the truth. They don't like to talk about that. So will this be good for America's economy? Yes. Is this telling us that the Trump tariffs, which have been communicated poorly, no doubt, if anyone wants to say, well, Trump hasn't explained the tariffs, their long term gain, the potential, the trouble, the rocky waters between now and the long term gain, absolutely, I will agree with everyone. Trump could have explained it far, far better. Absolutely, he could have. The Trump administration could be educating the public far better than they have been about this. I think the Trump administration was relying on the mainstream media for picking up the slack, like they did under the Biden administration, like they did under the Obama administration. They made up every excuse in the universe. They covered for all of the economic failures of like cash for clunkers and how that completely failed. That was an absolute abject failure. There is no question. There have been studies on it. And Obama's Clash for Concords actually hurt the auto industry and it hurt America for about 2 years after the fact. The studies have already been done on that. You can look it up for yourself. Cash for Clunkers, Obama, failure. The news media, great success. You look up the news media, you listen to political pundits talking about it if they're on the left, and they'll tell you how fantastic. There was nothing ever more brilliant. It was one of the most intelligent things you could have ever done. And as a classroom exercise, as a theoretical kind of idea, yeah, it looked great on paper. Then came the reality of the real world, and it was an abject failure. Abject failure. But the media covered up for it. GM, when Obama bought GM, took American dollars, an American stake, and bought into GM so that they could restructure because too big to fail. And then he sold those shares for a loss. GM had an IPO, which America, the government, owned part of, and that failed. The IPO went down, not up. The products were not better, and he's Obama sold every single share that the government, the United States government, owned of GM for a loss. Every single share. There was no profit. We lost our money. He lost your money. He lost my money. He increased the national debt because of his investment in GM. And the news media told you it was a good thing. The news media, the economist, said Obama did a great job. Obama saved the auto industry. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He hurt the auto industry and he hurt the US economy long term. It was an absolute failure. And they told you it was great. Why? Because the media has a bias, they have a political agenda. And so they will tell you whatever promotes their agenda because they want Democrats to win. They want more progressives in office. They want more socialism because they like that. They have been taught that in college and they have bought into the ideology and therefore they want to make it a reality through politics. They have a very clear agenda. I'm I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. I have no problem telling you what my political bias is. And of course, I have a political bias. I'm honest. Of course I do. I'm a human being. Everyone has a bias. I'm telling you what my bias is. And I tell you that up front. And I'm also telling you my sources. I'm giving you the data. I'm going through the history so that you know this for yourself. You can see the empirical facts that I use to make my conclusions. You may not like them, but I didn't tell you that you were going to like them. That's not part of anything to do with my political commentary. I don't care if you like it or not. Meaningless to me. I care if it's effective or not. I care if it's going to be a benefit or not. And I'm honest enough with you to tell you, here's my politics, here's the evidence, here's my conclusion. And you may not agree. That's for you to decide. Make your own choice because you're an adult, you're intelligent, you can figure it out for yourself. That's not what you're getting from mainstream news media. That's not what you're getting from the mainstream pundits. And that's something that Google and YouTube and most of social media, the internet giants, don't want you to do. They want you to obey. They want you to keep your head down. They don't want you to ask any questions. They don't want to hear your comments. They want you to obey. Don't do it. Because just like with Canada, the best thing for America isn't what the pundits told you. They told you America would suffer. We did. We won. We won. Just like with the tariff negotiations with England and with many other countries around the world. Are there more negotiations to go on? Absolutely. But we have been benefiting over time. That's a fact. Media just doesn't like to tell you that. Okay. So I've covered Canada. I've covered Denmark. I mean, Denmark's sick. That's really sick. So we covered a little bit of the international. Let's briefly, let's go over the news about Ukraine, Russia, and Israel, Gaza. Okay. So I think we all know that Ukraine, Russia, Donald Trump is looking to step back and away from this. I'm not surprised. And he should, because neither Russia nor the Ukraine are ready for peace. They want to keep fighting. They're looking for excuses to keep fighting. They both, Russia and the Ukraine, think they can win. And the European Union has convinced the Ukraine that they will win. That's not a reality. That's not honest. But that is because Europe thinks it's the 1800s or the 1700s. They think it's the 18th century. They think that this is still at the time where Europe was the major control, the rulers of the world. It's not. We're not even close to that. Germany isn't a global power. France is laughably not a global power. England is not a global power. They don't control the world and make and decide destiny and the future of countries, lesser countries throughout the world. That's not the reality. We're in the 21st century. America decides that. Whether you like it or not, whether you want to call it colonial or authoritarian or anything else, the fact is, America is the world power that decides these things. Europe already told Ukraine that they would love to back up the Ukraine in their continuing, never ending war with Russia. They would love to do that. They want to support it for the next 10, 15, 20 years. Let them keep fighting forever, as long as America says yes. That was Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, who said this. He said, yeah, we will back up the Ukraine as long as America is there. As long as America is standing behind England saying, yeah, we're going to back you up. As long as America is willing to actually do the hard, heavy lifting, then yeah, England's all in. But if America says no, it doesn't matter what England says. It doesn't matter what the EU says. It doesn't matter what France and President Macron think. They're not going to do a damn thing. And Ukraine will lose because Europe can't keep them afloat. Europe can't win the war for them. And by the way, even with all the support from the United States, the Ukraine is losing. That's not because I love Putin. I don't. I've actually lived in Moscow. Unlike most of the people that will tell you about socialism and how great it is, most of the people will tell you communism is so great. Unlike most of the people who talk about Russia, I've actually lived there. Year and a half in Moscow. I've been in Tbilisi and Riga. Spent a year and a half there, which is not all encompassing. I'm not saying I'm the most brilliant person when it comes to Russia or the history of those regions. Not, but I do have insight. I have real world, firsthand insight. And I can tell you, I do not like Putin. He is not trustworthy. There's a reason why he was in charge of the KBG. And if he was in charge of the KGB, that does not make him a good guy at all. I do not trust him. I do not like him. I understand that right now Putin is fighting the same war that has been going on for 700 years in that region of Europe. The land, the fertility of the land, the fertilizer, the the rare earth metals, uranium, the location strategically to be able to access the Black Sea. That is critical land. It has been fought over for hundreds of years. This is not a new war. This is a continuous war, much like what we see in the Middle East. It's a war that never ends. And occasionally, like under the Soviet Union, the USSR, sometimes you will see that Ukraine will be overwhelmed and they are absorbed by a larger nation and they become part of that other empire because of the land that is so critical in that region. And then they eventually break off and they become independent for a while. And then the wars start all over again because that land is too important not to be fought over. That's the reality. You may not like that. You may want to prefer a different history. You may want to think of it in a different way. That is the truth. That is the empirical truth, historically true, and true right this second. Now, Ukraine will fight. I have no doubt, I have no question about the heart of the Ukrainian people. They are a sturdy, strong people with a great history and a love of their country. That is absolutely true. And even Stalin, with his efforts to mix and mash all of the Soviet Union, that still did not take away from the Ukrainian people's connection to their land and their love of their land. No question. So I understand the Ukrainians want to fight for their freedom, and they are willing to die for their freedom, and they have been. But this is a war of attrition. You never really hear that anymore. But ask any military tactician, ask anyone who's looked at the actual nature of the warfare going on and looked at the resources that are being committed. The fact is, Russia is fighting a war of attrition. The longer this war goes on, the more that Russia will win because Russia has more men, more weapons, more capabilities than Ukraine. That's just a fact. And unless all of Europe joined in, if unless the United States actually drops troops on the ground, that's not going to change. Eventually, given time, as we have been seeing, Russia will win. But the ego of the Ukraine will not let them stop. And that's part of the reason why, by law, it's a part of the constitution of the Ukraine. They will never give up their land. So they have to fight and lose to lose that land. If you understand this is the starting, this is the setting, the environment that we are in. And if you're trying to create a peace deal, as the Trump administration has been doing, has been attempting, no one's ready. Russia knows they will win. It's just a matter of when. And they're more than willing to keep going because what they win is worth more than what they're losing. They gain too much by continuing to fight. They're going to get land connection to the Black Sea. They get the food, the fertilizer, the uranium, the heavy metals. They are winning far too much to not continue to fight. It is worth it to them. So they'll keep fighting for the next 10 years. They don't care. They won't lose. Ukraine can't. They don't have enough men. They don't have enough weapons. They don't have enough trained personnel. And every time they lose weapons and people and strategic locations, they don't have a way to replace them. Their resources are limited. That is a war of attrition. And the person who has more resources, who has more capabilities, wins every time. That's the reality of the war in the Ukraine. So Russia, which I believe at the beginning of this year, before Democrats in Europe got into the ears of the Ukraine saying, don't worry, we're going to back you up. Before that happened, I think that initially at the beginning of this year, January, February, I think that Putin was seriously willing to have a conversation because he's the one who brought up the concept of having peace. He's the one who, Putin, came to the United States and said, let's talk about peace. And you got to have Russia involved. If they're not willing to do it, this doesn't work. And they came to America, not America going to them. They came to America and said, let's talk about peace. What would it look like? What would it entail? Now, that means they have to have something. They got to get something, which means they should get what they have. Not necessarily more, but they conquered it, it's theirs. That's the nature of war. If I conquer you, it's mine. I can give it up or I can keep it. But that's my choice. Why? Because I conquered. My people bled and died and I won. It's mine. That's the reality. And you can say, well, that's not true because the UN, they have laws. Screw that. When there's a war, there is no law. Doesn't matter. Oh, it's a war crime. Doesn't matter. That's something you determine after the fighting is done. You want to tell me, you want to scream that Putin is the most evil human being that has ever existed on the face of the earth. Go right ahead. Do that after the war, not during. Especially if you're the ones who are trying to actually get a peace deal. He's not going to do a peace deal with someone who's looking to his face and telling him that he's an evil bastard and he should die. That's not going to make him want to do a deal with you, especially when he's winning. If he was losing, yeah, you could get away with that, probably. But he's winning. You're not making him interested in saying, yeah, I'll give up. No, he has no reason to. And any leader that is trying to negotiate with him understands that. Insulting him is not going to make him actually stop. The Ukraine has not understood that because the Ukraine, they're in the middle of this fight. I understand. They have their emotions. They're angry. They're pissed off. They want to win. They're fighting for their land. I understand. So they have blinders on. They're looking at this with blinders. And in their mind, Putin is as evil as he is an evil man, but he's an embodiment of the devil, actually on their doorstep, shooting at them right this second. So I get it, but we're negotiating. The United States, Trump is negotiating. He can't take the same position, have the same emotions as Zelensky and the Ukraine, because that gets nowhere. And Zelensky, being the leader of the Ukraine, has to understand the only way he gets a ceasefire, the only way he gets a peace deal, Russia has to get something. They have to get some of the farmland. They have to get some of the fertilizer. They have to get some of the rare earth minerals. They have to get a connection to the Crimea and the Black Sea. They have to, because that's what they already took. They have to take it. Otherwise, the war doesn't end and all of the Ukraine gets taken over. And there will be no country called Ukraine. It won't exist anymore. That's the reality. You may not like that. I'm not here to talk about what you like. You can go to MS Now or MSNBC, whatever they want to call themselves. You can go to CNN or the New York Times. You can go to any of the left-wing Huffington Post and Axios, and they'll smoke, blow smoke up your butt all day long, and you can watch them for that. They'll be happy to do that for you, and you'll feel great. I'm not that guy. I'm going to talk to you about the truth. I'm going to talk about what's honestly and realistically happening so that you can actually be prepared. That's what I'm going to do. So, given that Russia isn't in a rush and they're not being offered anything that they want, and because Ukraine believes that if they just keep fighting, eventually Europe and the United States are going to jump in and join the fight, actually put troops on the ground and actually join the fight. As long as they believe that, they're going to keep fighting. And this war will keep going on. And the Ukrainian people will lose. The country of Ukraine will lose. Because there's no reason for not one American soldier to put one foot on Ukrainian ground and drop American blood. Let me reiterate something I've said before on several conflicts: Ukraine, Iraq, Afghanistan. I've said this under the Bush administration. I've said this in every administration since. Real simple. We, the United States, should not be involved in any war where if an American soldier puts their foot on the ground anywhere in the world and they are engaged in a fight, we own that ground. If an American soldier bleeds anywhere in any conflict at any time, we own that ground. That is ours. That is American soil. We should have taken over Iraq. We should have taken over Afghanistan. Not because I want to be in the Middle East, not because I think that would be a great thing to have a commonwealth in the Middle East. I don't. But if we are going to have American soldiers fight and bleed and die, then we own it. That is the cost of conquest. And if we are not willing to pay that price, if we are not willing to reap those rewards of conquest, then we shouldn't be fighting in the first place. walk away. Don't fight, walk away. That's the answer to Iraq. That's the answer to Afghanistan. That's the answer to every conflict. And if America is going to go into the Ukraine to fight Russia, then we own the Ukraine, period. Full stop. It's no longer the Ukraine. The Ukrainians lose yet a game because they will become the Commonwealth of the United States. They won't be an independent country. We will own them, period. Full stop. No question. And if the Ukrainians are not willing to pay that price, and America is not willing to pay that price, then we don't have the war in the first place. We don't get involved. Peace deal? Sure. Troops on the ground? Never. Not unless we want to take it over. People may disagree with me on that. Let's find out because we got a couple of comments that came in. So let's see. Let's start with Happy Life says, what year will the American people gain control of its foreign policy from Israel? Well, I'm going to go into Israel in just 1 second. So let me hold that off until I speak about Israel, because that's the next country, and I'll address that for you. Dow says, by the way, thank you, Dow, for your help in paying with the puppy fund and helping us get the initial amount from $3,500 to $3,000 that I have to pay for my puppy because he went and got checked out. We don't have the results yet. I will let you know and let the public know as soon as I get the results back, and I'll tell you that. But thank you for your support, you and Mrs. Grimm. So Dow says, modern Western media audiences believe that the conqueror's dynamic is a historic behavior that does not exist in civil society. That is a lie. That is the only aspect of war that exists. That is war. It is the conqueror's dynamic. I own what I fight over. Whether I keep it or not is up to me. See, that's the choice that the conqueror gets for victory. If I don't want to keep it, I don't have to. I can give it back. I can give it to someone else. I can sell it off. You can do whatever. You can pillage it. You can do whatever you want. You're the conqueror. You won. So you can do whatever you want with it afterwards, but it is yours. And if you're not willing to pay that price, if you're so worried about, oh my God, you're going to be conquerors, we're going into colonialism, if that's something too much for you, don't start the fight in the first place. Just walk away. Dow goes on to say, where direct use of arms secures the claim through conquest. Well, that's just fact. It's just a fact. People don't like it, but that's the truth. Yet everywhere else, the conquest doctrine is alive and well. Look at everything in Africa, look at the Middle East, look at Southeast Asia, look at every conflict that has ever been known to man. The conqueror may decide to give away whatever they have won, which is what America did in Afghanistan. It's what America has done in Iraq. And by the way, the consequences of doing that, Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan. And what did they get? Tens of millions, if not billions of dollars in weapons, in cash, in ammunition. And now women are being abused on a regular basis. They get poisoned in Afghanistan for learning how to read and write. That's happening right now. America doesn't want to talk about it anymore. It's happening. Why? Joe Biden. The members of ISIS and Al Qaeda that were in the prisons in Afghanistan were released by the Taliban. They went into Central Africa. Central Africa is now plagued, starting in 2023, when all of those prisoners were released. Suddenly, ISIS and Al Qaeda went into Central Africa, and there are now a new outbreak of civil wars throughout Central Africa. That was the consequence of walking away and not paying attention to what we had, the conquest that we had. When Joe Biden ran away and gave it back to the Taliban, the consequence of that was civil war in Africa, more global instability, more people dying than when America was in charge. So you can give it all away. May not be the smartest thing to do, but you can. Okay, let me take a look here. Peace Logic says, just joining for a moment to show support. Have a lot of my schedule today. Well, Peace Logic, thank you for joining us, even if it's for 5 minutes. I appreciate you. I thank you for that. And by the way, I'm using the MacBook Air that you provided to me. I hope everyone's able to hear me well, and I hope you like the image. I know the lighting, I'm still working with it. I'm using the only camera right now is from the MacBook Air. I will improve on it, but thank you, Peace Logic. You made this possible for today. Let's see. We got a comment from, okay, that's Peace Logic, Dean, who says greetings. He's also checking us out on X, and he was on Rumble. Dal is also on Rumble. And he says that misbelief is the very weakness that more aggressive cultures and ideologies encourage to make it easier to divide a population and conquer them. Well, it's true. I mean, this is the way of the world. This is the way of war. Again, you don't have to like it. I never told anyone like this because it's not about whether you like it or not. It's just the reality of what is. You can dislike it, you can be angry with me about it. That doesn't change the reality. It is what it is. It doesn't matter how you feel. No one cares about the feelings. This is geopolitical warfare. This is geopolitical geopolitics. Doesn't matter how anyone feels. No one cares. That's not, at the end of the day, not a factor. All right. So I wanted to get to, so finally, in dealing with the international, I wanted to address Israel and Gaza. Because as we all know, right now, Israel is going into several cities in Gaza and they're taking them over. Shocking. Like no one knew that was going to happen. Of course you knew. And of course, Hamas is trying to say, oh, we feel so bad. How can you do this? Oh, this is so terrible. We want peace, peace, peace. No, they don't. No, they don't. Because Hamas still, to this day, has never changed their charter. They have never stopped saying that they want to destroy Israel. They want to destroy America too, by the way. And they wouldn't mind destroying Europe as well. They want to kill anyone and everyone that doesn't believe what they believe in terms of religion. And they're more than happy to do it. And they are international sponsors of terror around the world. They will kill anyone, and they have, like on October 7th, 2023, when they killed 34 Americans. That's just Americans alone. That's not to speak, there were over 1,200 people who died. Every single person who died wasn't just an Israeli. They killed people from Thailand. They killed people from England. They killed people from France and from Germany and all around the world because they didn't care. There are people who weren't like them, so they killed them. That's Hamas for you. That's part of their charter. That's their existence. That's their mission statement. That's something they have said continuously. Then they captured 256 hostages from around the world and they tortured them on a daily basis. They sexually abused them. This is coming from the UN. The UN itself in December of 2023 said they're being abused, sexually abused, they're being tortured daily. And we know that of the 22 Americans that were taken hostage by Hamas, 17 were killed. Again, news media doesn't like to tell you this. MSNBC, CNBC, CNN, New York Times, ABC, they don't want to tell you this. They don't want to talk about that because they have an agenda. They have a political partisan ideology. So they don't want you to think. The fact is, 17 out of 22 Americans were killed either by torture and or sexual abuse or absolute assassination by Hamas. That's a fact. Now, my point of view is once we got the last two Americans alive, which were negotiated by the Trump administration, the last two living Americans, once we got them back, the best thing that could happen for Hamas is America said, we're done, as we have done. We have effectively walked away from the conflict and said, it's not our problem anymore. Now, they still have 17 of our bodies, and it would be just and right, just like for England, who also suffered some 9 of their citizens that were killed as hostages. It would be right and just for us to go in and wipe out Hamas. And I am more than happy to do that. I'm heavy handed. I admit that. I have my bias. I would smash Hamas. Why? They killed Americans, they tortured Americans. That should not go unanswered, in my opinion. You may disagree. A lot of people disagree. I would not allow that to go unanswered. I would wipe Hamas out. But I'm not president. The answer is we walked away. Okay. And now people are saying, but we have to help Hamas. No, we don't. They're international sponsors of terror. They did this themselves. They knew what they were getting into. And most important of all of that, for 18 months, Hamas has a way out. They have always had a way out. And the answer is give back the hostages. Living and dead, give back the hostages. They have peace. Every country in the world has agreed to support and pressure Israel and make them accept a peace deal if Hamas gives back all the hostages, not some of the hostages, not a couple of the bodies, not in exchange, all the hostages. Give back the hostages, you get peace. Done. Israel will be stopped. America will jump in, Europe will jump in, the United Kingdom will jump in, Brazil, everybody will jump in. China has said they will jump in and they will tell Israel, stop, full stop. We're sending in humanitarian aid tomorrow. That's how fast this could be done. And Hamas has known this. This is in every single proposal of peace that has been made. Over 22 times, there has been an offer of a ceasefire and a peace deal. 22 times. And the one condition is give back the hostages. Not some of them, not over time, give back all the hostages. And you get humanitarian aid overnight. Your people will be fed overnight. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And Israel isn't going to stop the United States and England and Europe and China and every other nation from sending in airdrops and shipments of food and humanitarian aid into Gaza overnight. They won't stop us. And we've already guaranteed we would do it. And Hamas, in every single case, has said no. They have said, no, no, we're going to keep some hostages. In every single negotiation, every modification of the deal, Israel has said, get back the hostages, you can get some peace. And every single case, Hamas has turned back and said, we're going to keep some of the hostages, and then we'll give you the rest. Can we have peace? No. No, those aren't the terms. By the way, it's the same thing as with Ukraine and with Russia. Israel will win. It's just a matter of time. They're going to wipe out Hamas. It's going to happen. Is it a genocide? No. No. If they wanted a genocide, they'd have already won by now. It doesn't take 18 months. If they would just carpet bomb and blast everything. If they just wanted to kill the Palestinians, they could do that. They could wipe them out. It would take a month. At the most, it would take a month. Israel has the capability. They could wipe them out completely if that's what they wanted to do. They don't. That's just the truth. You don't have to like that. You don't have to agree with that. But the reality, the actual tactical reality is if they really wanted to, it already would be done. They're fighting a government. They're fighting terrorists. Whether you agree with the way that they are having that fight, that's an entirely different question. You can tell me, Mike, but there's a better way to do it. Maybe, maybe, but this is the way they are doing it. Now, the current thing is that they're going to go in and they're going to take over a city and they're going to some of the cities held by Hamas, and they're going to restructure the area. They're going to put it under control, and they're going to build up a big, huge no man's zone. This is kind of like um, I think it's called the Maginot Line in France. After World War One, the Maginot Line was created, a big no man's zone between France and Germany, and it was meant to prevent Germany from ever just running into France. Complete failure. Stupid. It was designed wrong. It was planned wrong. The concept wasn't wrong. The function, absolutely wrong. Everything was fixed in one place, pointing in one direction, never considered that someone might go around. There's a lot of problems. But the concept wasn't wrong. And that concept is being used right now by Israel against Hamas. They're going to put in a no man zone, a barrier, and anything that crosses there, they'll just kill. Kind of like the DMZ between South Korea and North Korea. There's the DMZ. That's a no man zone. It's a no go zone. It's a barrier between North Korea and South Korea. You can't cross that if you wanted to. There are way too many mines. I mean, there is no one who's that lucky to cross that without hitting a landmine and dying. Those are American landmines, those are Chinese landmines, those are North Korean and South Korean landmines. You're not getting across there. No human being gets across that. So it's a no go zone. That's what Israel is building. Because they believe if they build that, then that stops Hamas. It won't. The reality is, and we can all agree, it's not going to stop Hamas. Hamas are terrorists. And their terrorism, they have sworn. And we believe them. It's been decades now. I'm going to trust them when they continue to say the same thing for decades through every single conflict they have, when they say the exact same thing, when they are willing to let their people starve, when they are willing to let their people die. I tend to believe that they will never stop until they destroy Israel and or the United States. That's what they believe, that's what they say, that's what they're doing. And they are letting their people starve to death right now because of it. Ultimately, the bad guy in this story is Hamas, not Israel. You may not like that. It doesn't match the message that's coming out of the news media. But Hamas has the ability to stop this tomorrow. Hamas has the ability to feed their people tomorrow. That you're not hearing that from what is Harvard and all the colleges. They don't want to talk about. Oh, they could stop this. Yes, they could stop this tomorrow. They won't. Who are you blaming? Who's the bad guy? Is it Israel or is it Hamas? And Hamas has the power to stop this tomorrow, but they don't care. They don't care that their people are starving. They don't care that their people are dying. They want to win. This is the position of the Ukraine on steroids. That's what we're seeing. It's insane. So, should the United States get involved? No, no. We have absolutely no reason, no incentive to protect Hamas, the terrorists that killed our people. We have every reason and every incentive to join Israel in wiping Hamas off the face of the earth. We have plenty of reason for that. Since most Americans will not agree with that, fair enough, then we're not involved. We don't have to be, yes, we'll give humanitarian aid if and when all the hostages are returned. We can give some humanitarian aid to the people, not to Hamas, to the people of Gaza. Fantastic. And in the meantime, we're going to make sure that Israel, our ally, is able to defend itself. Absolutely sure. Absolutely. I have no problem with that. You may not like that, but like has nothing to do with geopolitics. Never did. Doesn't matter if you like it or not. Is that the right thing to do? Yes. And I'm happy to hear the arguments that say, oh, no, 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 we should be more nice and make that. No, 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 we're not. It's not in our best interest to do anything other than what we're doing right now. We're out of it. If we want to get, if Hamas wants America back in, then we should stop Hamas. That would be us getting back into this. I don't think Hamas wants that. And unlike the Biden administration, which decided that the best answer was let's try and buy off Hamas, he built a pier. $500 million was spent to build a pier that was only in operation for 3 weeks out of 3 months. And all it did was help Hamas get fuel and weapons and water and food for their army. It didn't help the people of Gaza. The Palestinian people didn't get any help. It was a waste of time, energy, and money. You may not like that, but that has nothing to do with what it is. That's just a fact. All right. So that's the international. Let me see if I can catch up with this. Where did we leave off here? Let me see where we're at. Yes, peace. The MacBook Air is working. Seems to be working fine. So I still have to get used to it. I'm not used to Apple products, and this is driving me nuts. But you know, I'm getting used to it. Let me see here. Um, oh wow, I have memberships on. I have memberships. I didn't know I had that. I have memberships on Rumble. Fantastic. Thank you for gifting a membership. I didn't know I had memberships over on Rumble, so that's kind of cool. Peace says this whole business with Hamas will never be solved except by the Palestinian people themselves by excising, removing Hamas and its entire ideology from their culture. They won't, but that's what it should take. I agree with you. I agree 1,000%. If the Palestinian people rose up tomorrow, got rid of Hamas, removed their government, we could have peace. That is the other option. I mean, there's only the number one option is return the hostages. But number two, just as good and probably less likely, is the Palestinians rise up and get rid of Hamas. If they did that, there'd be peace. The entire world would support the Palestinian people and they would help them to rebuild their government and to rebuild. Now, mind you, Israel will still want a barrier. They'll still want a DMZ, a no man go zone, because they don't trust them. And trust comes with time and action. And at this moment, there's absolutely no reason for Israel to give trust to them. But they would have, they would be getting peace, they would get food, they would get support. If the Palestinian people rose up, that'd be the best thing they could possibly do. Not going to happen. Just not going to happen. That's just not a reality. Sadly. All right. So we talked a little bit about the international stuff. And I think we've covered quite some ground there, quite a lot of stuff. Let me try and talk about what's happening in America. One of the items that is less covered at this moment is in New Jersey, they are worried about measles. There is potential for a measles outbreak. This came out, I think, on Saturday. That the New Jersey path, that's think of it as like an Amtrak. It's kind of like for people who don't live in the Northeast, don't live around America, the path is kind of like a subway train between New York City and New Jersey. Not exactly, but it's kind of like that. But it's basically, think of it as a subway between New York City and New Jersey. And there is a warning in New Jersey for a measles outbreak. They're afraid that there might be an outbreak. Now, here's the thing. A lot of people may say, that's vax. Oh my God, it's because of those people who aren't getting the jab. They're not taking the vax. And that's why there's a measles outbreak. If you think that, you have no idea what's going on. and you don't understand the problem. See, measles exists around the world. That's a fact, and it's always existed. It has been essentially wiped out in every first world nation in the world. In fact, most of the second world nations around the world wiped out measles. We have the vax, kids get it, boom. Matter of fact, it's been wiped out so much that you cannot be vaccinated for measles, mumps, or rubella, and you'll never have a problem. As long as you stay in a first world nation and most of the second world nations, as long as you're in one of them, you can live your entire life never needing to get a jab or that specific jab. That's a fact. And we know this because millions of Americans for a couple of decades now don't have the MMR jab. That's what it's called, the MMR, measles, mumps, rubella. And millions of people never got it because we eradicated this disease from America and in England and in Germany and in France for a long time, completely wiped it out. It's not a factor. Two people will die in a year with measles, mumps, rubella. It's just non existent. It's not a reality. So the problem isn't the jab. It's not RFK Jr., it's not MAHA, it's not the CDC. There are people who are, again, they have a political agenda, and they're going to tell you, well, it's because of that mentality. It's the anti vaxxers. No, it's not. Not in this case. You may want to try and make your arguments for other things. You can't do it for measles, mumps, and rubella. That's not the problem because it didn't exist in America. And so if you didn't get the jab, it didn't matter. You're not going to get measles, mumps, or rubella. It didn't exist in America. It was virtually impossible to get that or to die from it. Because even if you did get it, you would be isolated instantly. And we have the medications, you could survive that. So it's not a reality. The outbreak, not real. So why are we getting now a warning that there may be an outbreak in New Jersey, and that therefore it might go to and or from New York City? Illegal aliens. That's the answer. And it's not because, oh my God, you hate brown people. That's stupid. If you're saying that, you're ignorant because you don't understand the situation. You've done no research and you're just going ist and forward. That's stupid. That's a feeling. That's your emotion speaking. I don't care about your emotions. The fact is, where is measles, mumps, and rubella? Where is it happening? Third world nations. In particular, Venezuela. In 2018, Venezuela was the center of a 1,000% increase in measles, mumps, and rubella. That's a fact. I actually did a video and I did coverage of that news story at the time in 2018. It was written by John. I had a researcher at the time, John, who wrote that article. That's a fact. This is coming from that's from data from the CDC, the WHO, World Health Organization. And because when Venezuela collapsed, as it has, because they became socialists, and the healthcare collapsed because it's free until you run out of money, then that all the Venezuelans running from Venezuela, they went into Brazil, they went into Chile, they went into Guatemala, they went to Central America, and they brought measles, mumps, and rubella with them. Now, some of those countries had pretty decent second world, had a bunch of vaccinations, and people were okay. Some of those countries are dirt poor, horrible governments, and their people weren't okay. And so they started having outbreaks. And more of those people were leaving. Many of those people were traveling in migrant caravans into the United States. And what did we have for 4 years? 8 million people entering the United States without being stopped and checked for vetting. So we didn't know who they were they criminals or innocent people or gang members. We also didn't check, were they healthy? We didn't check them for their health status. We just let them come into America. And that means that some of them brought along with them, as well as all the illegal aliens we didn't catch, all the illegal aliens we didn't notice. God knows how many that number is, possibly another 8 million, meaning 16 million illegal aliens. Probably for every one illegal alien we found, there's at least one more illegal alien we didn't find. So it's very easy to say that there's maybe 16 million illegal aliens under the Biden administration. That's speculation on my part, but that's the reasoning I have it. We found one, we probably didn't find another one to one. But let's say that it's only 8 million. That's 8 million people coming in without proper vaccinations, bringing whatever disease and illness from their country and along with the migrant caravan through several other countries into the United States. That's why we have measles, mumps, and rubella returning to the United States. That's why we have a problem because millions of Americans didn't need it. So they didn't bother getting the injection because we were a first world nation and we had wiped it out. Now we have to go back. Now we have fear because we have this influx of individuals who are unhealthy, not because they're bad people. Do not get it misunderstood. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm not saying they're doing this on purpose. I'm not saying they're dirty. They're just not vaccinated, or their government fell apart. Their infrastructure fell apart. They didn't have the capability, they didn't have the option to be vaccinated. It wasn't a choice. So they got the disease not because they were trying to do something or that they're bad people. It just happened. They had no choice in the matter, and they brought it with them because they have no choice in the matter. And now it's in America where it's affecting people who did have a choice and chose not to be vaccinated. Now, is that going to kill all of America? No. America is not going to be, we're not going to see an outbreak that's going to go from coast to coast, measles, mump, and rubella. It's not. There are still more than enough people who are vaccinated in America, and we have enough healthcare, we have enough of the infrastructure that we're capable of being able to deal with most outbreaks rather quickly. We have better medication, we have more infrastructure. So we're not going to turn into Venezuela in terms of the medical aspect. Not going to happen. But I just want you to know the truth. This isn't because of the CDC. This isn't because of RFK Jr. This isn't because of Maha, Make America Healthy Again. And the news media wants to frame it like it is. That's a lie. If you want any vaccination at all, you can get it. That's your choice. No one's stopping you. But generally, you might not need it if we were able to control the illegal immigration into America. And we're getting there, but we're not there yet. Again, there are consequences for things that have been done. There are consequences for the open borders. This is one of them. Did Democrats tell you that? No. Why? They don't care. They didn't care about it. They wanted illegal people because they need to fill the census so that when there's redistricting in California, they get to say, oh no, we didn't lose 3, 4, 5 members of Congress because you're counting the illegal aliens like you're counting American citizens. And they get to say, no, we have the same number of American citizens, so they get to maintain their power. Because this isn't about you. This is about power. Because they don't care about it. So, what's got? All right, so we've been going here about 2.5 hours. Wow, time flies. I still have to talk about the Texas, because we were just getting into the Texas redistricting, the California redistricting, which we started telling you a little bit about uh, California, but there's Texas redistricting. We haven't touched that yet. There is the Chicago crime rates, and whether or not Trump is going to go into Chicago, good chance that he will. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. There's some news coming out of Harvard because some Harvard alumni, students from Harvard, want to use AI to remove your privacy. There is no such thing as the Fourth Amendment, Third Amendment. No, you have no right to privacy. And Harvard is the source of why you lose all your privacy. Gone forever. Has nothing to do with the government. Nothing to do with the government, private business. And Harvard spurred it on. We're going to lose all of our privacy. I swear to God, I'm not being hyperbolic. I'll explain it. And then there's, of course, John Bolton, which I want to address. So we do have a couple of stories that we're going to need. Now, to be absolutely fair, let me explain. I cannot get another image on my computer. I would like to, I can't. I just can't figure out how to get that done. If I could, I would, but I can't because I don't know how to use this MacBook Air. I know nothing about uh, Apple products, and I can't figure out how to get to share on my screen an image from one of my other tabs. Call me an idiot. I've never used anything with Apple. I cannot figure out how to get that done. I don't know how to make it work with the operating system. So that means I'm going to have a blank screen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say I'm going to have a blank screen. I don't know what else to do because I'm going to walk my dog, and that's going to be about half an hour, 45 minutes. So I'm just letting you know, through no fault of my own, I can't do anything about it. I'm going to have a blank screen. I don't know how else to get something onto this computer so that you can see it for the next half hour until I get back. So I'm going to walk my dog. You can go and get a cigarette. You can go get something to eat. You can check out whatever, hang out with your friends, do whatever you need to do. I'm just letting you know that for 30 minutes between now and, so let's call it 5:30, 5:35, I will be back. But until that time, there's going to be nothing on the screen. And I'm going to type that into the comments right now. I'm just typing that out. Yes, I'm sorry, it's all in caps. I know it's all in caps. Apologize about that. Uh, so we're going to be gone for about 30 minutes, back at 5:35, and you're going to see just dead air. I apologize, guys. Sorry about that, but I'll be back shortly. Hey everyone. Okay, I know I'm back a little bit early, uh, 7 minutes early. Yep. So I'm back about 7 minutes early. Before we get into the Texas and California gerrymandering, before we get into talking a little bit more about what's going on with John Bolton, what's going on with Chicago and DC and the crime, which I want to discuss with you guys when we get back at 5:35. Um, I hope everyone is enjoying the program. I normally, for those who are new, who may have just popped in, normally I feel anytime I have to step away, I usually have something prepared that I can play so that there isn't dead air, that there's something to fill that space. But as I mentioned, last week, my main computer, my PC, which is old, it's about a decade old, died. It's got the black screen of death. And I don't have the money right now to go and fix that. In fact, my focus has been on my 14-year-old puppy. His name is Khan. Sometimes you guys see him in the live streams. I'll pick him up, and when he comes in, and he'll hang out. You'll see him on screen. But he's actually 14 years old, and he needed an ultrasound on his chest and his stomach and some blood work, and that cost $3,400. I had a post up where I showed the bill. I've actually shown, I've already made it public on a couple of platforms. I think it was on Twitter, it was on YouTube. I think I put it on Facebook and Instagram. I showed the bill so that you guys can know it's real. This is really what I'm paying for. And I have to thank Kintsugi and Peace Logic. I got to thank John Lashcombe and the Grims. Um, guys came together, and those initial amounts of support helped me to get to $500 so I could get all those tests done for him, and that was great. Matter of fact, he's screaming right now. I don't even know why. But that allowed me to be able to get everything, get him in, get tested. God knows what the results will be and how much that will cost, but I'll cross that hurdle when I get there. But that got that, and that's why I still don't have my PC fixed, because the funds that you guys were able to provide on PayPal, I used, and also here on YouTube, I was able to use that to get him taken care of first. And I still got 3,000 to go. And I'm going to pay that off. It's like $400 or $500 per month. I got to pay that off. And so you're going to hear me talking about the puppy fund for a couple of months until I get that paid off. And until foreseeably, until I get that paid off, because he is my priority. Then after that, I'll get my computer fixed. In the meantime, I'm using an MacBook Air. This is the first Apple product I have ever used, and I've only had it for 2 days. Now, this was donated to me by Peace Logic, and I have great appreciation and thanks to him for providing me with that, so that I can still do this show and have a better camera. This is, of course, the MacBook camera, not my main camera. So I still got to work with lighting and a few other things, but it allows me to do the show. And so I'm very appreciative of that. And I am learning the program to be able to, Apple product, to be able to better do this show and be able to provide you guys with the kind of show that you expect every week that we've been doing for 8 years now. And as you see, we grow. Unlike the mainstream news media, we don't have 10,000 employees. I don't have that. It's just me. So we don't have people to do research. I don't have an IT team. I don't have an expense budget to go out and buy new computer equipment whenever something goes wrong. I, like you in your life, when something goes wrong, I figure out a way to deal with it, to just live with it, to make it work. So I hope you can appreciate that, because we intend to try and give you the highest quality of entertainment, of visual fidelity and audio that we possibly can, whenever possible. That is my intention, and we're trying to be as professional as we can be, given all of the limitations. Because you know YouTube won't let me get to 50,000 people. They just won't show this program to people. They try and restrict it, and have been since the very beginning. They don't like that I'm a black Republican. They hate me, and they try and keep us suppressed. And they've been doing that to a lot of channels out there, not just me. I mean, Hard Lens Media goes through this. My good friend Larry Sharp goes through this. There's a lot of channels that go through this. And they don't let us, they make us jump through hoops. So every like, every share, every subscription really does make a big, huge difference in our lives. So please support everyone that you watch and follow on a regular basis, not just me. I mean, yeah, please like, share, subscribe now, but also to everyone else that if you watch them on a regular basis, whether it's because you follow the SCP files, whether you're a fan of Neurotic and his movie reviews, or Mauler and his movie reviews, maybe you get a laugh out of Heels versus Babyface or Disparu, or you just like to hear the news from Clownfish to update you on the entertainment that you're getting and perhaps not getting, give them a like, give them a share. I mean, these are just a few of the people that I watch on a regular basis, but give them all. Right now we all need it because there is a lot of censorship coming. If you're in England, you know about the Online Safety Act, which is being used to silence people. In the United States, we have AI verification guesstimates being done by YouTube and Google. All of that, the intention, much like what we see, what's happening in Texas and California in terms of redistricting, it's not about helping you, it's about control. It's about power, taking power away from you and giving it to some corporation and some government institution so that they make you comply. It's very much like what we see coming out of, like the whole thing with Cracker Barrel, which I wasn't going to mention on the show, but Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel changed their logo, not because the public was asking for it, not because they thought this would be some kind of great idea, but because their main investor is BlackRock. And BlackRock said very publicly, we've all heard about this, they said any company that they are investors of, that they're going to force them to force you to change your lifestyle, to comply with what BlackRock believes, to their political beliefs, that they're going to change the culture by force. It's not even a choice anymore. And that's why we see Cracker Barrel. Why did they change their logo? Because BlackRock, which invests in Cracker Barrel, said, no, you're going to change and you're going to be going down the DEI woke rabbit hole. Otherwise, they're going to pull out their money because they're going to punish that company. So do what they say and force the customers to go down that rabbit hole of woke and DEI, and most importantly, compliance, of forced compliance. Make people change their habits, their lifestyle, their freedoms to something where someone else is controlling. I don't agree with that. I think that's a horrible idea. I don't think it's productive at all. I think it's going to hurt a lot of people. But that is what's happening right now. And we need people like this channel, like Sadie Sabs and Hard Lens Media and Larry Sharp. We need people to speak out about that. And it helps when you guys can support us. And it can be as simple as a like, share, or subscribe. Yeah, you can go and join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. I don't have a lot of perks for my Patreon members at this moment, but that's $1.50 a month. And would that help take care of my bills, like taking care of my dog? Absolutely. 1 month, probably knock that right out. But that's okay. You're not obligated to do that. I only ask you guys that when we do, because of the limitations, when we do run into problems, please appreciate that I'm working as hard as I can to try and fix the things that I know you're looking at, and I'm looking at like right now, trying to figure out why my lighting's just all wrong, and I like got a ghost head popping in and out. Um, I'm trying my best to try and figure this out with you guys to let you know what's going on. So just wanted to share that with you guys. All right. That being said, it is now 5:38, so I'm 3 minutes late. Fair enough. Hopefully, everyone who's watching the show is able to watch it. Maybe you caught back up, walked your dog like I did. You got a cigarette, you got something to eat, you got something to drink. We're ready to rock and roll. So let's pick up where we left off. So I had been talking about the New Jersey path, which is basically a subway, making an announcement that people should be aware of a potential of a measles outbreak. That's not because of the jab. It's not because of anti vaxxers. It's because of illegal immigration. Now, I was thinking about that and I didn't add one thing to that story. Even if America was at 100% vaccination, if everybody had the measles, mumps, rubella vaccination in America, that would still mean that there would be measles, mumps, and rubella in the United States. Why? Illegal aliens. The very same reason why we have this potential outbreak now. And New Jersey is one of the major open border cities in the United States. So, yeah, whether it's even if there was 100% compliance with the CDC and vaccinations in the United States, there would still be measles, mumps, and rubella in the United States because people coming from third world countries with governments that are in shambles, with infrastructure that is destroyed, just like Venezuela, as an example. And this is true also throughout all of Africa, Southeast Asia, pick your region of the world. Those people who are coming into America, and are going to bring some of these diseases with them. And so they will exist in America no matter what you may do to be vaccinated or not. So it's not making you safer by just blindly getting whatever vaccination. If you don't agree with it, don't do it. But understand the problem isn't from America, it's from outside of America coming in. People may not like that. And by the way, a lot of the things we discuss on this channel, you may not like. In fact, some of them I don't like. But it's not about whether we like it or not. It's is it true or not? Is it likely or not? And is there a solution or not? It has nothing to do with whether or not we like it. You don't have to like anything. You can hate Orange Man bad. You could love Orange Man bad. I don't care. It doesn't matter because that doesn't change any policy. It doesn't change any law. You can hate guns. You can love guns. That doesn't change the Second Amendment. That doesn't change the fact that gun control doesn't work, as we saw in the Bronx on Saturday. It doesn't change anything. Feelings are wonderful to deal with other individuals. Dealing one person to another person, your feelings are very, very important. In terms of politics, absolutely meaningless. Your feelings are not important. Not because you aren't important, but because feelings don't change the law, they don't change politics, they don't change the way governments interact with each other. It doesn't change anything. So that's why you never really hear me talking about feelings. Now, we did get a comment in the meantime from Dow who said, I'm really tired of authoritarian micromanaging our society. I'm tired of it too, especially when they're not being honest about it. I mean, it would be one thing if in the state of New Jersey, someone like Senator Cory Booker were to say, look, I understand 99% of the people in New Jersey are vaccinated. They got a vaccination for measles, mumps, rubella a long time ago. It's not a concern. It's not a first world issue in New Jersey. But New Jersey is an open border. They are a sanctuary state, just like New York. And they took in over 100,000 illegal aliens, some of them from third world nations that don't have the best medical histories, that they don't vaccinate all their people. And some of their people did get measles, mumps, and rubella, and they brought it into America with them. Now, if he was honest about that and said that's the potential of the outbreak, be aware of that, may not affect most people, but be careful just in case, that would be one thing. But he's not doing that. He's saying the exact opposite. It's your fault. Oh, it's the anti vaxxers, it's the MAGA, it's America first. It's everyone else's fault, except this isn't a natural, intrinsic problem in America and hasn't been for more than what? More than half a century, 75 years? 75 years. It's not an American problem. He just doesn't want to be honest. Why? Politics. He's playing politics with your health. And that is a problem. So I agree with you, Dal. I absolutely agree. Thank you for the comment. So I wanted to go from talking about that. There is another concern. I'm going to get into Texas and California in a second. I'm going to get into the Chicago police, or excuse me, Chicago crime and DC crime and John Bolton in just a moment. There was a story that came out. I believe this was on Tech. This is Tech News or Tech Wave. I apologize. About it came from Harvard. The article is about a bunch of Harvard dropouts. Okay, so they were trained in Harvard. They were given the ideology of Harvard, and they left Harvard either because they rejected the ideology, they had different ideas, whatever the reason. But some of the Harvard dropouts came up with this great idea, and this is why I say it's the Harvard ideology. Their idea is that they were going to make a pair of AI glasses, kind of like Google Glass. That idea that they're trying to sell on people isn't popular at all. But unlike, say, with the Google Glass, which is you would have to tap it, like you see in the commercials with Thor and Star Lord, those actors, Chris Hemsworth and Chris Pratt, and where they tap and they say Google, or do they say Siri? I don't remember, but whatever. They're talking to the AI in the glasses, and they say, "Hey, can you translate that for me, or can you tell me what this person is saying to you?" Whatever it is in the various commercials. Well, in Harvard, their answer is the AI will always be on, so it will never turn off. The AI will record every conversation that you have. The AI will record every location that you go to. Everything that you see will be documented. And of course, this will upload to like the cloud or whatever. And the idea is, well, then on any given day, you'll be able to go back to any conversation you ever had. So if your wife or your girlfriend is screaming about you, screaming at you because you forgot something, and they say, "Oh, remember when I had this? I told you about this, a month ago or whatever." You can go, "Well, wait a minute. Let me go to the cloud because I was wearing my always on AI glasses, and I'll go back to that conversation and see, did you actually tell me that? Did you actually let me know that there was the wedding anniversary of your great uncle twice removed or not? Or what did you tell me about this? Did you tell me what your favorite flower was or whatever?" And so now you can go back to that conversation. That's the idea they're going to sell you, that this will always remember all the little details that you forgot. And then you could use your other products like Google Calendars or something similar, or whatever it is that Apple uses to go in and fill in your calendar with all the important dates and people and places so that you'll never forget and it'll always be available to you. That's what they're going to sell you in this idea. Realistically, it's destroying your right to privacy. Because remember, this isn't just your information. This company will have all that data. And that data, that metadata, your private life, is going to be available for sale. Someone will, guaranteed, absolutely, without any question, if there's that much information, somebody is going to hack into that company, whether it happens immediately, whether it happens in 3 months, in 5 months, if it takes 5 years, doesn't matter. Because the entire time that you're using this, you're just creating a bigger and bigger database of everything about you, all of your likes and all the things you want to buy and all the people you hang out with and all the conversations you get in. That is a bigger and bigger database. And not just hackers, but governments will want that information. Did you talk to this scientist? Did you happen to see this event, whether it's a crime or the government doing something? How did you vote in the last election? Who did you talk to? Who did you donate to? All of your private information, these guys from Harvard are going to get onto the internet, onto a cloud, onto a server. And whether they directly sell it or not doesn't matter. Somebody's going to get in. Whether that's the Mossad or it's the Chinese Secret Service, whether it be MI5 or the FBI or the CIA, there will be governments around the world that will be doing everything they can to break in and get your data because it's everything. It's everything you've seen, everywhere you've been, everything you said. And there's so much information that is absolutely vital that you may not notice. I mean, I had one time back when I was in the Marines, I was on a train in New York and I was traveling, and the gentleman came up to me, heavy, thick Russian accent. This is before I went over to Moscow. This is before I went to Russia. Guy came up to me, super thick Russian accent. And he started asking me some questions. Hey, you look like you're a military guy. Are you in the military? Blah, blah. Yeah, which I thought was a little odd. I didn't know how he noticed, but I had a high and tight haircut. I'm the right age. I was in my 20s. I was physically very fit. So, there were telltale signs that say this guy may have been in the military or is in the military. I had that look to me. So I'm not thrown completely that he's suddenly assuming that I'm a member of the military. What got me is when he started asking about my MOS. Most people don't even know what an MOS is. And then he started asking specifics. Are you working with communications? Are you working with logistics? What do you do? Where did you train at? How did they train you? I'm not answering these questions, by the way. I'm not giving him answers about this. But he's fishing. He's looking for this data. And he's just having a conversation, just somebody who's curious, wants to know, and blah, blah. I get off. I contact my base, and I let them know about the conversation this guy was having, what time it was, what train I was in, some of the questions that he asked, and I gave it to them. Well, that went directly to the NSA. And I don't mean the abbreviation for my channel in the Soundbites Allowed. I mean the NSA, as in the National Security Advisory. And they looked into it, and the DOD, Department of Defense, looked into it. And so I had investigators that contacted me within a couple of days, quickly. They were quick. Literally had to be like a day, maybe 2 days. And they had agents down, and they ran through it with me. A little bit of an interrogation. What were you asked? What were you wearing? What time of day was it? Where were you going? Did the guy get off with you? How did he look? How did he speak? What words was he saying? What did he ask you about? Blah, 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 blah. Now, if it weren't for the fact that I was in the military, if it weren't for the fact that I did what I did in the military, I may not have been as aware of all the little details that they were asking. Like, what was that guy wearing? Did he have trouble with certain words? What kind of words he was using in his actual language? What was he saying specifically? Where, what did you see? What stop he got on or off on? How tall was he? His hair, was it cut in any specific way? These are all very specific details I wouldn't have remembered. But those details enable them to try and identify if he's a known agent, if he's a known spy, or to make other bases and other agencies know this guy, if someone matches this description, is this kind of look and is asking these kind of questions, we may have a spy in their area. They may be trying to find out sensitive information. Maybe they're targeting a specific base. Maybe they're targeting a specific person. Maybe they're targeting a specific program. We don't know. And we don't know why they're trying to target them. But that's the data that was important. And I understood it mostly at the time, although I didn't understand how deep it was. It was one of the first DoD files I ever had, one of the first NSA files I ever had. And there are more now since, but that was one of the first. And that tells you how information you may not realize is as important is absolutely vital, that it has consequences and it has connections to many other things. And that's important. That's critical. And so that's why this always on AI glasses, just like the Google glasses, which I don't trust that they ever turn them off anyway. I don't believe that Google or any of those companies don't have access. I mean, as is, have you read your, I don't know if you can see it here. If you look at your phone and you look at the agreement, I don't know if you can see my phone here. No, you can't probably, whatever. If you look at your phone and have you ever really looked at the terms of service under Facebook on their ability to turn on your cell phone? Because in the terms of service, when you say yes, there is a little checkbox that's about 3 sections deep in. You have to go 3 sections into the terms of service. I forget where it is exactly. I did this back in 2017. I found it. That gives Facebook the right to turn on your cell phone at any time, to record off of your cell phone, and to turn on your microphone anytime. They can just randomly pop in, boop, turn it on, check out what you're saying, check out what you're hearing. We know how many people have heard that Siri on their phones, that they just hear what they're saying and suddenly they get ads in their phone or on their computer or from Siri that just happens to be exactly what they were talking about. Yeah, I don't trust any of these companies, but this one's at least being honest to tell you they're going to record everything you say, everything that everyone says to you. So even if they have permission from you to record, I didn't give them permission to record my conversation with you. You're talking to your boyfriend, your girlfriend, whatever, your significant other. Do they have permission to record everything you say to them, every little detail you say to them? Because they're going to record it. Whether or not you give them permission, whether or not the person you're with gives them that permission. That is evil. And that's where we're going. And these companies, they don't care. They do not care. So you want to talk about authoritarianism, Dow? That's massive authoritarianism. It's coming. And that came from Harvard. That came from the mindset that Harvard, the ideology that Harvard puts into its students, that this is a good thing, that this is good for you. And they're going to sell it to you like it's a great idea. You'll never forget anything again. And you'll never have anything private again either. So I wanted to touch on that a little bit. But let me move forward. So Texas, California, redistricting, gerrymandering. And by the way, remember, folks, this is a conversation. Everything we've been talking about on this show is a conversation. You at any time can say, Mike, but I don't agree. Fantastic. Tell me why. You can always say, Mike, but I disagree with where I understand the data you provided. I disagree with the conclusion you've come to. Fantastic. Why? I think you don't have enough information, Mike. Fantastic. What am I missing? What don't I understand? I'm happy to have those conversations. I'm not perfect. I'm a human being. Sometimes I miss stuff. Sometimes I don't know things. It happens. I'm at least humble enough to say that. So there you go. But in terms of Texas and California and the redistricting, well, I kind of covered it at the beginning of the show when we found out that California is now moving forward with their redistricting. And I guarantee you that Kathy Hochul is going to be running as fast as she can to try and get the New York State legislature, which are all Democrats, it's all Democrats. They're going to try and say, okay, well, California did it, we have to do it too. And it's going to turn into a redistricting, gerrymandering war, a political war here in the United States. And that's a war between Republicans and Democrats, not for the public, mind you. It's got nothing to do with the public. It's got nothing to do with public safety. It has nothing to do with voter registration or people coming out to vote directly. It's got nothing to do with any of that. This is only about the the major parties trying to make sure that one, no third party is ever heard, and two, they're going to try and make sure that they have an advantage for themselves. They want a political advantage. They want to be able to say, "Hey, you have to listen to us. You have to do what we say." That they are the ones who are getting all the donations, and that they are the ones who are in control of Congress. This is never in your best interest. It wasn't a good thing. The three times in New York State since 2020, we're supposed to redistrict one time per year, per decade, excuse me, one time per decade. You get the census, and then every state will redistrict based on that census. How many people do you have? How many people have you lost? Did you gain a seat in Congress? Did you lose a seat in Congress? Change your congressional map and all of your maps to reflect that you either gained population or lost population. So that's supposed to happen one time every decade. In New York State, since 2020, it's happened three times. We're in the fifth year. We're not even through 2025. And New York State has already done three separate redistrictings. And now Kathy Hochul, on the back of Gavin Newsom, is going to run out and try and do it again. Why? Well, Texas did it, and that's unfair. How's it unfair? Well, Texas, they made it harder for Democrats to get elected. Okay, but they make it impossible for Democrats to get elected? No. They made it harder for Democrats to provide empty promises and to get money. That doesn't change voters. If someone loves Jasmine Crockett, you can vote for Jasmine Crockett. Doesn't matter what district you're in. If she's a candidate, you can run. And her being a candidate has nothing to do with the other party. Republicans put out their candidate, Jasmine Crockett. If she's the best that the Democrats have, which sadly at this moment she is, then she's on the ballot. So it has nothing to do with what district you're in. It doesn't matter who controls that district, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican. It doesn't matter. She's the candidate on the ballot. You get to vote for her or not. So redistricting doesn't change any of that. It just means that it may be more expensive for them to run ads, and they have to be better candidates to try and convince people who aren't automatically just going to go in and go straight down the line and click the checkbox on Democrat straight down or Republican straight down, whichever one you want to point to. They just made it harder for them. That has nothing to do with actual voters. It doesn't have anything to do with policy. It doesn't have anything to do with effectiveness. Jasmine Crockett's still Jasmine Crockett. She's not a better person in Congress. She's not smarter. Nothing changes. It's just that her ads cost more money. And she has to actually do something to convince the Republicans who aren't inclined necessarily to vote for her to suddenly have a reason to vote for her. She has to do her job. She has to be accountable and effective and efficient at her job. How is that a bad thing? Let's look at it a different way. So because Texas did something, California has to do it, and New York has to do it, and Illinois has to do it. Wait a minute. Texas has nothing to do with those other states. They're other states. They have other policies. They have other laws. They have other members of Congress. It has nothing to do. There is no connection there. So Texas did something. And, well, then California has to do something. Why? Why does California have to do anything because Texas did it? Texas actually respects the Second Amendment. Does that mean California has to respect the Second Amendment? Does that mean that New York State has to change its gun laws because they're not the same as the ones in Texas? Oh, they'll never agree to that. No, no, no. Texas has different laws. They're entirely different than, well, because Texas changed means that doesn't mean that New York has to change and California has to change. No, 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 no. We don't have to do that. So you're telling me that it's, again, just because Texas did something doesn't mean that California, New York, or any other state has to do anything. It's not a requirement. It's an option. Just like New York. Oh, well, New York said there's a red flag law. There's only 18 states with red flag laws. Does every other state have to have a red flag law? No, no, they don't. Oh, so why do they have to redistrict? Especially since we're only supposed to do it once per decade, especially since every state has already done it. And New York has done it 3 times. California, as I recall, did it twice. Why do we have to do it again? Oh, because we have to be fair. Are voters forced to vote Republican now? Texas will redo its redistricting. Okay. There'll be heavier emphasis on Republicans. Okay. Texas is traditionally a Republican state. So no real difference there. Let me ask you, does that mean that everyone in Texas must vote Republican? No. Is there a requirement, a mandate, an obligation that because Texas is red, everyone has to vote Republican? No. Okay, so what's the point? So why are we doing this? Because it's political power. It's ambition. It's not about race. Oh, but well, it's about making sure this is fair for Black people. Jolanda Jones, who is a state representative, a Democrat state representative of Texas, says, well, it's about Black people. It's about Black people voting. So we have to make sure that we have Democrat districts. Why? Can the Black people still vote? Yes. Can they still register to vote? Yes. No one's stopping them. No one is stopping them from registering to vote or actually going out to vote. And can those Black people vote for a Democrat, a Libertarian, a Conservative, a Republican if they want to? Yes. Yes, they can. So what's the point? This isn't about race. This has nothing to do with race. Anyone who tells you that this is racial is lying to you. They have a political agenda and they are trying to emotionally manipulate. Representative Jolanda Jones in Texas. If you think I have misrepresented your position, I will put you on this show. I will give you 12 hours to tell me how I'm wrong. But you know you're wrong. You lied to your constituents. You tried to make this racial. You're baiting people on race because of an emotional reaction that you know is false. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with the public. It has to do with making sure that Democrats have as much power as is possible. The Democrats get as many donations as they can so that Democrats would have as easy a time of getting reelected as is possible. That's the truth. Same thing for Republicans. It applies to Republicans in the exact same way. That's the truth. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with ethnicity. It has nothing to do with how you vote or whether you can or cannot vote. It has nothing to do with any of that. And Jolanda Jones and Lulu Flores are lying to the citizens of Texas to make it sound like something else. So is Gavin Newsom a hero because he's going to redistrict California? No, he's not. He's a political opportunist taking advantage of the people of California on a false pretense. That is evil. That is authoritarian. It's manipulation. And we should call out Gavin Newsom for what he's doing. Manipulation. He's manipulating the public with incomplete information and false allusions to a problem that isn't existing. There's no problem in California. He didn't need to redistrict. He's doing it because Texas did. That didn't change anything in California. The people in California are still in the same places they were. It had nothing to do with Texas. So he has no reason to do it unless he's playing politics, and he is. He just doesn't want you to think about it. Same thing for Kathy Hochul. No one in New York State has moved out of New York State or been stopped from voting or stopped from registering or encouraged to register and vote in any political party in New York because of what happened in Texas. She knows that. She doesn't want you to think about it. It's about race. It's about freedom. It's about choice and representation. No, it's not. None of those things. And they don't have a single argument that actually proves any of that. That's why if you listen to what they say about this gerrymandering, they have nothing of substance to say. Listen carefully to any of their conversations, any of their arguments about gerrymandering. They actually have nothing of substance. They will allude to, well, it's about race, it's about gender, it's about fairness. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because it has nothing to do with any of those things. None of those things are affected by gerrymandering. None of them. The only thing that's affected, political parties, the power of any political party. Again, anyone on the left that wants to tell me, Mike, you just don't understand, please explain to me how I'm wrong. Please. I only live in New York State. I've only watched them do this 3 times. I've only gone over this multiple times with actual individuals who are actually drawing the congressional lines. I've only talked to my party and the Democratic Party about the congressional lines, and also members of Congress and many of the legislators about this. I've had the conversation. I know I'm right. You aren't supposed to figure it out. You are supposed to just be quiet and comply. I don't agree with that, folks. I just don't. Okay. So that takes care of Texas and California and their redistricting. By the way, something that has been thrown out of the media, they're no longer talking about this. The Texas Democrats that broke their oath of office, that threw their constituents under a bus, that those Texas Democrats that prevented for 3 weeks for citizens of America, Texas residents, from being able to get flood um, flood recovery funds, money duly allocated to them, paid for by taxpayers, that was supposed to help them to rebuild their homes, to buy new homes, to get cars, to rebuild their businesses, to try and fix their life after the flash flooding that killed 107 people. 3 weeks, those people suffered just because Democrats wanted to have an easier time getting elected. 3 weeks. Now the Democrats were back. They took the vote. Yes, the state got redistricted, and the flood victims got their money, or are starting to get their money. 3 weeks. They were tortured by the Democratic Party of Texas. 3 weeks. They were forced to suffer, which is what I do call torture. They were forced to suffer for the political ambition of people like Jasmine Crockett and Jolanda Jones and Lulu Flores. That's sick. Again, the news media doesn't want to talk about this. They don't want to talk. They didn't want to talk about the Texas flooding funds before, and they don't want to talk about it now. They don't want you to put the connection together that the only reason that American citizens suffered, why flood victims were tortured and punished, was because Democrats wanted to have an easier election. Hey, Democrats, you don't like this? Tell me how I'm wrong. Explain to me how I am wrong. Show me your evidence of how I am wrong. Put it in the comments. If you don't want to say it live because you're afraid, oh, Mike might be mean. I won't be mean. I'll pay attention. I'll look at the details. I'm listening. But if you don't want to do it live, that's okay. Put it in the comments afterwards. I'll respond. I actually do read all my comments. I really do. All the comments I get, I read them. So tell me then. But let me move on. Please do share this with people. Clip the video, take the segments that you think are important for people to hear, share it with people. Please do. So let's move on to crime. DC crime and Chicago crime. I was hoping that at some point throughout the show today, uh, there's a friend of mine, Kit Cabello, who's in charge of Heartlands Media. And Kit lives in Chicago. By the way, Kit, a Marine, like Larry Sharp, like myself. Kit was a Marine as well. He's the youngest of the three of us, by the way. But Kit lives in Chicago. His family lives in Chicago. His grandfather lived in Chicago. So he goes back a ways, his family in Chicago, kind of like my family goes back a ways in the Bronx. Okay. And so he's been talking about this quite a bit, as you might imagine. And I have to give credit to Kit. When Donald Trump first suggested getting the National Guard to go into Washington, D.C., to have federalizing the police of Washington, D.C., Kit Cabello was the first one to come out and say publicly that, that Chicago was going to be next. That once Trump got done with D.C., he was going to try the same thing in Chicago. And Kit was the first one to say that. He said it on his program, Hard Lens Media. So I give him credit for that. And Kit is a leftist. And at the time, I was thinking, well, you might be overstepping a little bit there, Kit, because he's a leftist. He's always afraid of these kind of things. He's not a fan of Orange Man Bad. He's not crazy about that. He's not crazy into TBS, but he's not a fan. Okay. But as it turns out, Kit is right. Donald Trump has come out and said, now that we are seeing a positive impact in DC, which is true, and we're looking at trying to fix the problem long term in DC, which Democrats have not. Democrats have always been in charge of DC. They've never fixed anything. They allowed it to fester and get worse. Why? Now you have a reason to vote for them. And you have to reelect them because they promised they'll fix it. And they promised that they had a plan. And they blamed it on Republicans that they couldn't do it, but they never actually did anything. No matter how many Democrats were in control, they never actually fixed anything. But that's another thing. So Kit looked at it and said, Trump's going to come to Chicago. He's not going to go back to LA. He's not going to go over to New York City. And he's going to try and bring federal troops into Chicago. Now, when Trump went into LA, that did make sense to me. And let me tell you why. It's not because he's a Republican. That's stupid. No, that's not a reason. And it's not because I'm MAGA or America First. That's not a reason. Again, those are feelings. I don't care about that. Doesn't matter. What is there a reason? Well, one, it was legal. And we know this. He's gone to court, went to the Supreme Court. We know it was legal for Trump to do this. There were the riots in California. So Trump is duly elected by the American people to do mass deportations. Legally, Trump, once elected, started doing mass deportations. That's what he was elected for. That's what he promised. That is something that he has the power to do. And he did. Okay. And in California, which is a sanctuary state, which is a crime, they're committing a crime in California. The state of California is committing a crime by not following the federal immigration laws. Okay. And in California, in one of the deportation actions that were ongoing, lawfully, legally, there were illegal aliens that were being targeted at a company and being deported. Might have been children there, like they were at the marijuana plant in California. Might not have been. We don't know. But a bunch of illegal aliens, and in particular, members of cartels and gangs, foreign nationals, saw that the agents, the law enforcement, were going into this business that happened to be next door to a Home Depot. They saw that. They said, "Oh my God, they're coming from me. They're coming from for these other illegal aliens in my area." So the gang members, the cartels, got their soldiers, their gang members together, and they started burning down the city. They started fighting with law enforcement, and they started rioting, and they were burning police cars, and they were destroying property to protest the law of the United States, because they didn't like it, because they never had anyone ever enforce the law on them before. Because California is a sanctuary state. So California gave them permission, effectively, to break the law. They protected them in breaking the law. And so the gangs got upset because this would affect their ability to be criminals, to make money illegally, selling drugs and selling guns and prostitution and child slavery. So this was going to affect the cartels and the gangs, their money. So they just started to riot. And that rioting, the LA police, they didn't know how to deal with it. Well, the California police. They didn't know, they couldn't stop it. And once again, we got a bunch of live video footage of it's mostly peaceful rioting. There's only 4 police cars on screen at this moment from a helicopter, and we can see 4 individual police cars that are burning, actively burning. And we see gang members busting down windows of businesses, but it's mostly peaceful. It's not a big deal. The police, they can't have, they've got it under control as their police cars are burning, as buildings are being broken into. I mean, there's lying, and then there's just don't believe your own eyes, believe whatever the government tells you. I mean, it's just stupid. So Trump sent in troops because foreign nationals were creating an uprising. They were fomenting an uprising on American soil. That is a national security issue. Whether you like that or not doesn't matter. It's not, again, you could think that open borders should be the thing, and that, once we have sanctuary states, and that's perfectly fine. You can feel however you want. Legally, it was an uprising of foreign nationals on American soil. That is a national security risk. And yes, the president does have the right to stop that risk, that threat. Whether you like it or not, that is legal. So Trump was right to put in National Guard troops and the Marines. Absolutely. He had that right in that circumstance because of the nature of the people who started the rioting and the nature of the problem. He had that right. And that's why the Supreme Court approved what he was doing, because he has that right as president, because it was a national threat. Whether you think it should be or not doesn't matter. It is. In DC isn't a city. Everyone confuses this. And that's because we don't have teachers teaching social studies anymore. We have kids who are being programmed to believe whatever the left says in colleges that are there to indoctrinate kids, not to try and teach them anything. Because if you did get taught anything, there's a reason why it's called the District of Columbia. DC stands for District of Columbia because it isn't a city. It's not a state. It's not part of America. It is absolutely separate of the entire rest of the nation, which is why they don't have a governor. It's why they can't vote in elections. And that was on purpose. That's not political. It isn't partisan. It was part of the original documentation. They did it on purpose from the very beginning of this nation, that they were building in the middle of a swampland so that no one could claim power from that or power over the federal government. No governor could do that. No mayor could do that. It was completely separate, and no one was supposed to live there. But the world changes and things get developed, and so we have people living there. And those people don't vote. No, but You're taking away their representation. They were never supposed to live there. If they want to live somewhere where they can vote, move to Maryland, move to Virginia, move somewhere else. You know, if you know anything about American history, you were never supposed to vote. It's not like someone took the right away from them. It was never there in the first place because you're never supposed to be there in the first place. The only people who are supposed to be there are people doing business with the United States government. You go there, you do the business of the government of our nation, then you go back to your state, period. Then modern technology happened. We are able to live there, but you weren't supposed to. So they did this to themselves. They aren't supposed to be there. They're not supposed to have the right. So, no, they don't get to be a state and they don't get the right to vote because otherwise it will be massive corruption. And it already is massive corruption. Why? Because people are living there and they weren't supposed to. Why didn't they want people to live there? Because that would lead to corruption. And it did massively. But Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, is not a state. It is not a city. It is not part of the United States. It is controlled. And instead of having a governor, the Speaker of the House of Representatives is in charge. It's essentially and effectively, they are the governor of DC. The mayor of DC is actually subordinate to the Speaker of the House. That's who's in charge of DC, the federal government. That's how it's supposed to work. So when Trump says that the House of Representatives has failed the people and the mayor, and they allow the mayor to be corrupt and to fail to enforce the laws of the land, he's right. He's absolutely 1,000% correct. So what's the answer? Trump, which is duly by law capable of doing this, he steps in and he federalizes the law enforcement and the executive branch for 30 days gets to run Washington, D.C. to do what the House of Representatives and the mayor would not do, to do what is the job of the executive, to enforce the law of the United States, whether you like it or not. You can have whatever political opinion you want about it. No one's stopping. But it is his right and obligation to enforce the law, and he did. That's a good thing. I have no problem with DC. Now, we're talking about Chicago. Trump comes out yesterday, says, excuse me, on Friday, and says, well, I'm going to go into next, I'm going to go into Chicago. Wait a minute, there is no next. This is where I have a problem. Trump, in saying any other city, in saying any other location in America, I don't think he has the right to do it. Yes, I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. Yes, I'm MAGA. Absolutely. America first. The president doesn't have the right to federalize any city in America just because he wants to. He doesn't. There are very specific conditions. Again, how did I start this? There were very specific conditions in California. There were foreign nationals. They were rioting and causing damage, and there was a national security risk. No matter how small, it existed. DC is not a city. It is run by the federal government. These are very specific, unique conditions that don't exist everywhere in every other part of the country. Now, there is a counter to that, and that is, of course, well, what about prohibition? The United States government, they had the G men, and they would go in, government men, that's what the G men stand for, the treasury men, they would go in under prohibition, and they were all over Chicago, and they were enforcing the law, the federal law, prohibition. And that had nothing to do with Chicago because the Chicago government was as corrupt and dirty as it is today. So Mayor Brandon Johnson is just as corrupt and dirty as they were back in the 1920s under Prohibition. Couldn't Donald Trump, just like at that time that the federal agents were empowered to go into Chicago, couldn't we do that again? Kind of, maybe, but not the same thing. Again, there's a very specific law that was being addressed at that time, prohibition. That doesn't exist anymore. The gangs, in many of the gangs in Chicago, are American citizens, unlike in California, where they tend to be MS-13 or Venezuelan foreign nationals. Most of the gangs in Chicago are Americans. So it's not necessarily a national security threat, but it is a threat to the public. And the mayor and the Democratic council and the governor, all Democrats, they have failed the people of Chicago. Absolutely. They've done nothing to fix this problem in Chicago. Absolutely. That's true. So he does have the obligation as the president, as the chief executive officer of the United States, as the executive branch to enforce the law. He has the obligation to enforce the law when all other forms of government have completely failed the people. And yes, they have failed. I know. But Mike, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. The crime rate is dropping. The amount of homicides have dropped versus 2020, versus 2019, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 12, 10. The amount of crime and violence in Chicago is higher than pre 2020. Yes, it's down since 2020, 2021. That's true. That was the summer of love. That's when we had the BLM riots, the George Floyd riots all across the country. So, yes, the crime rate is down from there, but it is higher than the norm previous to that. And by the way, Chicago is still in the top 10 most deadly cities in the country. It's one of the top 10 deadliest places. Well, not top 10, but it's in the top 25 deadliest places in the world. So don't tell me, oh, but homicides are down. And it's still in the top 25 deadliest places in the world. It is still in the top 10 deadliest cities in the United States. I think it's in the top five, as I recall. And it's never dipped under that in the last 3, 4, 5 decades. So don't tell me that, oh, it's suddenly safe. They got it all under control. It's yeah, no, no. To tell me that they got it, no, it's not under control. It's not better. It's just not as Wild West crazy as it has been. But that's nowhere near good or safe or beneficial. And I'm pretty sure that if I asked these things to Kit Cabello, he would say that's correct. And I know for a fact he's mentioned on his program, I watch it on a regular basis, there's a ton of crime. By the way, this has nothing to do with race. If you notice, I haven't mentioned race. It's not about race. It's not about black people, brown people. It's not about Hispanics. It's not Asians. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your color skin is. I don't care what your gender or gender preference is. It has nothing to do with any of that. We're talking about crime. I'm not talking about people, but it's racist. Why? If Chicago is a majority black city and most of the people who are committing the crimes happen to be black, that is a consequence separate. That's not even a consequence. That is a circumstance separate of everything else. If the people who were in Chicago and they were white and they were making crime, then it's white. You arrest the white people. You arrest the people who are making the crime. The gangs, if they were all white, if it was the Italian mafia back in the 1920s, they were all white. You know what? It wasn't racist then. Why? Because the gangs, the mafia, they're white. You go and arrest them. They happen to be Italian. Is that racial? No. They were the ones committing the crime. They're the ones who were arrested. Right now, who are the people committing the crimes? The violent crimes? They're the gangs, the Bloods, the Crips, and all the other gangs. And oh, but they happen to be mostly black. So what? So what? Well, that's racial profiling. No, it's not. It is an accurate response to the reality that we see. If they weren't committing the crimes, they wouldn't be targeted. Period. It'd be entirely different. If you told me that most of the crimes are done by black people and Donald Trump is targeting Hispanics, I tell you that's racist. If we go into Kansas and most of the crime in, say, Kansas City is, and I don't know for a fact, I didn't look at the stats beforehand. But if you told me that you wanted to look in Kansas City and the crime in Kansas City is mostly done by white gangs, let's call them I don't know, whatever you want to call them, and it's white, and you target black and Hispanic gangs instead, then that's racist. Yes, you'd be right. That's not what's happening in Chicago. That's not the case. So you can't say that. The people who are committing the crime are the ones that are being targeted. In fact, one of the largest sources of black on black crime is Chicago and Detroit. The one of the highest groupings of black on black death, black homicide throughout the entire United States is in Chicago and in Detroit and in Baltimore, and I believe St. Louis as well. Black on black crime. So to say, oh, and these are done by gangs, which is the largest percentage of all all of the gun violence, the majority, outside of the number one thing, outside of suicide, that is responsible for gun violence are gangs. And gangs control Chicago. And gangs are the ones that kill more black people than anything else. You can't tell me it's racist when these are concrete, empirical data. This is empirical fact. You may not like it, it's the truth. These are irrefutable facts documented over decades. And everyone, Mayor Brandon, Mayor Lightfoot, um, Governor Pritzker, J.B. Pritzker, all the Democratic legislators, they know this. They control the city. They have controlled the city for 75, 100 years. These are their rules. Every single form of gun control you could possibly want has been enacted, that legislation has been enacted in Chicago. Everything. Everything on the wish list of Democrats, they have it in Chicago. Doesn't work. All of the uh, crime reform, all of the social justice, everything you could possibly want is progressive. They have it in Chicago. It doesn't work. So pandering to criminals doesn't work. Ignoring the crime doesn't work. Blaming the crime on inanimate objects that have no capability or willingness to cause harm, a gun, doesn't work. So we do need somebody to step in there and say, law and order does exist. The law does matter. Someone will enforce the law as it exists because not doing that isn't making anyone safe or prosperous. It's not a good thing. So should Trump go in? Yeah, I'd like him to go in. But I have a problem because it's a city in a state. He doesn't have the right. It's not foreign nationals. Yes, there's a clear and present need. There is a clear and present danger. It is an absolute fact that Democrats have failed empirically. Absolutely, they have failed. There's no two ways about that. You can promise anything you want, you can play with the numbers all you want. It is an absolute fact they have failed. They need to be held accountable. So the problem is, can Donald Trump go into, and it doesn't matter. We're talking about Chicago right now, but we could be talking about New York City. We could be talking about Seattle or Portland. We could be talking about Austin or Boulder, Colorado. We could be talking about Brooklyn. It doesn't matter. there's a dozen different places. Any city in America, you can talk about all of them. They're not the same. They don't have the same conditions as what I just described about LA or in DC. How do we resolve that? I don't know. Perhaps, perhaps the answer isn't nationalizing the guard. It's not activating the National Guard and taking it over as the president could do. But maybe we have the Fed, we have the FBI, we have the Treasury go into Chicago like they did during Prohibition, like they did when they were going after Al Capone. And maybe we have them go in and fill Chicago and try and address it that way. Maybe that's what we need to do. Not the National Guard, but we use the FBI, we use the DEA, we use the the Treasury, and we go in and we do the job like it should have been done the first time. Again, you may not like that, but this isn't about feelings. This is about law. This is about politics. This is about results. You can feel however you want. You can say, it feels like it's racist. I don't like it. It's sexist. It's an ist. It's a phobe. I don't care. Because none of that matters at the end of the day. You can feel anything you want. You're an American citizen. I'm not trying to stop you from having whatever feeling and whatever emotion that you want to have. And you can scream and shout about your emotions all day, all night on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, wherever you want to do it. You're an American citizen. Knock yourself out. But that isn't effective. That isn't efficient. That isn't legal. It doesn't change anything. No one is going to be safer because you say, it's so racist. Is it? Where's the racism? What have I described that is racist? Because there's empirical data to back up everything I said. Decades of empirical data on everything that I've said. So where's the racism? Oh, there isn't it. So you're using racism as a shield to protect you from the truth, to hide the truth, to protect your political agenda and the political power of a specific partisan group. That's what you're doing. That is effectively, that is absolutely what you're doing. It has nothing to do with the truth. It has nothing to do with freedom. It has nothing to do with rights because none of that's being affected by that. No. What you're using is you're putting up a shield to try and silence people, to make them comply, to maintain the power of your political organization. That's wrong. Look, I'm critiquing Donald Trump as we speak. Yeah. And I'm trying to find a way to work with his desire and obligation as the leader of this nation, as the chief legal enforcement of this nation, and the situation we have. I do not want Donald Trump to overreach his power. Everywhere he has gone, all of the things that he has done over the last 7 months, he has a legal basis for it. He has justified legally all of his actions. And in court case after court case after court case, he has won his court cases, even going to the Supreme Court. He has the authorization for what he's doing. He's legally doing what he's doing. Whether you like it or not, that is what the law allows. And he has done what the law allows. But the law doesn't allow when he's talking about Chicago. And I have a problem. And I am caught between overreaching the power of government and doing something effective for the people because no one else is willing to do that. That is a difficult spot to be in. And I think that's the reality of Chicago or any other city in America, as opposed to what we've seen in LA, specifically with the riots from the foreign gangs, and DC, which is not a city. It's not a territory. It it's not a uh, uh, it's not a city or territory of the United States. It's completely separate. So very different rules, and I'm not sure how to feel about that. But maybe I see that John has a comment here. And by the way, comments are welcome. John says, "I agree that Trump shouldn't be going into cities, but the angle, I believe, is he's going to use is sanctuary cities not complying with federal law." See, but here's the problem. We don't, while I agree, sanctuary cities should be punished, we don't have legislation for that. We know they've broken specific types of laws, in particular in immigration, and therefore there should be a punishment. I believe the only appropriate punishment, since that isn't on the books, there is no law that says you didn't follow the federal government, so we do this to your state. We don't have a law that says that. Congress maybe should make a law like that, but that doesn't exist. So how does the federal government deal with a state that is going rogue, which is what sanctuary cities are? It's a great question. And I think the answer to that has been, or should be, we cut off all the federal funding. They get nothing. They get no money from the federal government. They get no support from the federal government, period. They get shut off from everything that is the federal government of the United States. They're still a state. They still get to operate as a state. They still get to use dollars as an example. But everything that comes from the federal government gets shut off. Everything. Now, the citizens still get what the citizens need because we're talking about a state, not a citizen problem. Okay. So the legislature, the governance of the various cities, the mayors, the governor, they get nothing. They get no federal funding. They get no federal support. But the citizens still get Social Security checks. The citizens are still able to ask the federal government for, like, the VA, Veteran Affairs. That's still going to operate because that's federal for the citizens, not for the state. So you'd still run the VA. You'd still give people Social Security benefits, but you wouldn't give the state anything. I think that's the answer to your question, John. It's not we're going to send in troops and take over the state. States have rights too. The 10th Amendment. They have rights. But now the rights are in conflict. How do we resolve that? Take away the thing that's in conflict. If a state will not follow the federal law, remove the federal reward. Just take that away. Fine. You want to go rogue? Do it on your own. You get nothing. Now, I know some states like New Hampshire said, well, then we won't pay anything into taxes. Fine. Don't pay anything into taxes. We're also going to pay nothing into your state. Guess what? The national deficit will drop because we're not going to be spending billions of dollars on your state. That's less spending for the United States government. Figure it out on your own. I guarantee you, states, and we know New York cannot live. There were 12 states. Donald Trump decided he was going to shut down federal funding to 12 states back in February going into March. And Letitia James and I think it was North Carolina and Washington State and Oregon and California, they all got together and they, within 6 hours of the announcement, they were on a live stream saying how the federal government has to give them federal money. Why? Because they are bankrupt, because they can't operate without the money. They can't get anything done. They are completely, absolutely useless. And therefore, they need the money. So I think that's the answer. I think that's the answer. That's not federal troops. Again, to address the crime directly, I think the answer, not the sanctuary city, the answer to sanctuary cities is take away the money. The answer to crime is put in the FBI, the DEA, put in the Treasury directly into the city and let them do their job. They're federal agents that can work within the United States. They answer to the federal government, which means the president ultimately, and not the mayor, not the governor. So you get the same end result for the most part, but it is legal. I think that's the way you should see it done. And that doesn't grow the power of the presidency. And that's kind of what we did in the past. I don't know. Let's see what other people think about that because not everyone's going to agree with me, I'm sure. So let's see. Dow has something to say about this. By the way, I'm more than happy to hear what everyone else has to say about this. Dow says it depends on the law that would allow him to enter Chicago with federal troops and whether the people will accept at large the optics of that. Well, the optics are absolutely abysmal because it's partisan. The news media has an agenda. They've already made their choice. They've picked their side. And Orange Man Bad is Orange Man Bad, according to the majority of the news media. So the optics are always going to be bad. That's not a factor here. But there is no regulation of law that I'm aware of that would, because again, this isn't like in California. These are American citizens we're talking about. These criminals are American citizens, overwhelming. Therefore, he doesn't have the reason, and there is no riot going on. And they're not burning down cities or endangering citizens' lives like they were in California. And law enforcement could have control over this. We don't have law enforcement cars burning all over the place, and the news media saying it's mostly peaceful. Don't pay attention. Don't just ignore it. That's not what's happening. So I think we have to go a different way. Let's see. So Dow goes on to say, then he would be pursuing alien combatants. No, they're American citizens. They are not aliens. And we cannot disenfranchise that state. We can't just say, we're going to turn off the citizenship in Illinois or in Wyoming or anywhere else for the next 30 days. You can't do that. It doesn't work that way. They're American citizens. So we have to treat them as American citizens. Even if they're criminals, they're still American citizens. Let me see. Dal has more to say on this. Dal says, I would say the state doesn't want to deal with federal intervention. They don't. We've heard that from J.B. Pritzker. We've heard that from Brandon Johnson. Repeal all gun control and return to the people their free exercise of the Second Amendment to clean up the communities. Okay, so you can't because the people of the state, in this case Illinois, chose through their representatives that they elected to restrict the Second Amendment. That is a 10th Amendment right. The people voted to restrict their Second Amendment right to support the state in restricting it. They voted for this. This is what they asked for. And they have the right to do that. So the federal government can't step in and say, even though the public voted for this, even though the state under the 10th Amendment has the right to suggest this, even though states have constitutions, which are different than the federal constitution, you can't step in and say, federal law says, federals, we're going to enforce the federal law over everyone, even though that's not what you voted for. Can't do it. That doesn't work. Again, I'm trying to look at this from the fairest point of view that I can. I am MAGA. I am America First. I want to support the Constitution. This is part of supporting the Constitution. I can't take away the 10th Amendment from the state of Illinois or New York or Oregon just because I think they're idiots and that they've completely failed their people. I can't. It's not possible. The people have to vote for that change. They can't. And if they're voting to keep everything failing, then they get to fail. It's the double-edged sword of freedom. It's the double-edged sword of voting. If you vote to fail and have a social experiment that's going to destroy you, you know what? It's your right to do it. It's a political suicide. It's a financial suicide, but it's your option. You can do that. The federal government doesn't get to change that. Let me see. Dow finally says they won't because it smacks too much of vigilante justice. Well, if if you it would be going towards the Wild West. It would. Let me go on. And likely would mean that the people would come for them after the dust settled. Well, I don't think that would be the case. But look, if you just stepped into a state and said all gun control laws, even though they don't work, and even though there's absolutely zero data anywhere at any time that gun control has ever worked, and there is zero data. There's a lot of talk, there's a lot of feeling, but there's zero actual data showing that gun control actually works. There's no evidence of that. So you can't say, well, even though there's no evidence, I'm going to just eliminate what people voted for. You can't do that. President cannot do that. A governor cannot do that. A mayor cannot do that. There is no elected official that can just say, I override all of the votes. They no longer count, any of them. You can't do that. So you can't just say, you know what, Second Amendment rules over it all. Just go get yourself a gun and go shoot those guys. You can't do that. Yes, it's vigilante. Yes, it's Wild West. Yes, it's illegal. In those states, they have laws specifically about that. Every state does. You can't. I understand the intent that you're speaking about can't be done. Not in that manner. So again, that brings me back to the federal government would have to put in FBI, Treasury, DEA into Chicago. That is legal. That they could do, but they can't. They can't do what you're suggesting. And by the way, Brandon Johnson is wrong. This isn't illegal. It is not something that can't be done. It's just a matter of how it is done. But they love to say it's illegal. It can't be. It can't do it. It's all unconstitutional. What happened in LA is unconstitutional. No, it's not. That's why the Supreme Court said it's not. Oh, what's happening in DC is illegal. No, it's not. And I've already explained that. Again, they're trying to create an environment where people will agree with them without thinking about the details of the situation. Oh, it's Dow again. Okay, and Dow says this time, I'm not saying to disenfranchise American citizens that turn criminal. That's for the justice system to deal with. I agree with you there. However, within the American citizenry, there are illegals harbored there with ties to operations of the cartel. I would not agree with their use of federal troops, but the illegal aliens harbored by sanctuary cities would be aiding and abetting enemy combatants. Okay. So, if I'm understanding you, because Illinois is a sanctuary state and Chicago is a sanctuary city, illegal aliens flock to the state and to that city. That disenfranchises American citizens. And so, would it be okay for the federal government to go in with national troops after those illegal aliens? And in the process of trying to get those illegal aliens, if they settled other crime, would that be okay? No, no. Again, slippery slope. The fact that the illegal aliens are in America, but they're not actively fomenting insurrection, they're not destroying and threatening American citizens and their property, is not the same. You cannot compare LA to Chicago. They're not the same situation. Yes, they're both sanctuary cities. Again, the answer to sanctuary cities, like sanctuary states, is the federal government cuts them off completely. Cut off all support, everything they get. If it's anything to do with the federal government, cut it off and isolate them. Why? Because they broke the law. And until they become in compliance with federal law, they don't get anything federal. The public still gets Social Security, they still get the VA benefits, that still exists. But everything federal that goes to running that city or that state is shut off. Why? Because they're a sanctuary city. That's the answer to sanctuary cities. That's illegal immigration. Crime is separate. The only thing I think that is an exception to that is if you have a very clear and very explicit group of known foreign nationals, like the cartels, like the what is it, the 13th Street, the 18th Street gang, and the Florencia 13 and MS 13, the Argua del whatever out of Venezuela. If you have defined gangs, and by the way, they don't all have to be from South America. We're talking about gangs and whether they're from Angola or Mozambique, or they're from Chad, or they're from uh, Thailand or Micronesia, doesn't matter. Wherever they're from, they're the same thing. If they go out and they're starting to riot and they're burning down the city, that now goes to national threat. That's a different situation. We don't have that. So that is the difference I see. Let me see here. We got a new comment from John. John Lashman says, if I'm having a heart attack, I'm not sure that I care who comes to help, a state employee or a federal employee. I understand. I understand. If you need help, it doesn't matter. But laws matter. The legal system matters. How we follow it does matter. There are consequences to these actions. And so that's why we have to consider this. It's not as easy as this is the right thing to do. And then what? This is what we're going to do right now. And then what? What happens next time? What happens in the next state? What happens with the next situation? How are we dealing with this? This is political. There's a trail here. It doesn't begin and end in any one action. It continues. And that's what I'm concerned about. And if you have an overreach of government where national troops are being used on US soil, it has to be hyper specific about why. We have to be very clear about that because the potential for corruption is enormous. Again, I want Trump to get more law and order in Chicago, in New York, in Baltimore, Detroit. Yes, absolutely. The Democrats have failed. They're not fixing it. They don't want to fix it. So I do want to see him fix it. But how he does it is just as important as him doing it in the first place. At least that's the way I see that. So John goes on to say, Good Samaritan law was written to protect people from legal action against them if they tried to help. But at the same time, it was to encourage people to help. And that depends on which Good Samaritan law you're speaking about, in which state, and exactly what it says. Again, there is no perfect answer here. This is something that's up in the air. But I'm trying to address the most common arguments against it. That it's authoritarian, it's not. That it's racial, it's not. That it's hyper illegal, it's not. That it can't be done, it can. It's a matter of how and the consequences thereof. And that's why I think is essential here. And that's what we need to hear from President Trump. We have to have a very clear basis in law and in execution. And we haven't seen that yet. I think at the same time, Donald Trump was correct. Every single one of the sanctuary states and all the sanctuary cities should be punished. They should have all federal funding cut off. I'm in New York State right now. I'm in New York City right now. New York State and New York City should be cut off because of the actions of Governor Hochul and Governor Cuomo and the Democrats since 1958. Democrats have controlled the state since 1958. Their social experiment has failed. All of them. They have failed. They have failed the people, they have failed the economy, they have failed the businesses, they have failed everything. And so cut them off. They're a sanctuary state. They insist that even as Eric Adams was going to Washington, D.C. to beg for billions of dollars because the infrastructure of New York City was crumbling before his eyes because of illegal aliens. He did this under the Biden administration. Biden said, well, the answer to that is we're going to investigate you and all your friends. Okay, well, that's not helping anyone. That doesn't fix anything. And under the Trump administration, the answer can't be, okay, we're going to put in troops. That's not the answer. It's just not a satisfactory answer. Okay. By the way, folks, more than if you want to get in on this, if you want to make a comment, I'm happy to hear everyone's comments. Again, whether you're left or right, it doesn't matter. If you agree with me or disagree with me, that's okay too. Again, I'm trying to answer a question. This should be a conversation that's going on PBS. This should be a conversation that's going on CNN. It should be on ABC, CBS. It should be on NBC. It should be on MS Now, whatever their name is at the moment. This should be a national conversation. We should be having all the news media should be talking about this right now and saying, what is the correct answer? What's the ground that we should be walking on? And with the future consequences understood. We should be having this. Instead, you've got me, one man, not a team, not thousands, trying to give you the best answer I possibly can. That's not enough. It's just not enough. Dal says, but I do want to hear everyone else's comments on this, please. And if you're not watching this live, leave a comment. Leave a comment at the bottom of the video. I'll be happy to respond to that. Like, share, subscribe, folks. Like, share, subscribe. Okay. That says gangs and illegals and their operations will not and do not stay within a sanctuary city or sanctuary or city boundaries. It is a place where they can run to. This has to be part of the discussion. I agree with you. They are not limited to a sanctuary place. It goes on to say the negative effects can travel along corridors between sanctuary states and cities through people where it is in direct violation of the state's laws and elections. That's why the state has to take action. That's not for the federal government to do. That's for a state to do. It becomes a national issue because there's a crossover once they cross state boundaries. You can make that argument, but again, that isn't justification for troops. That's a justification for cutting off funding. That's a justification for punishing those states and those governors and those cities. But it's not justification for troops on the ground. It's not. And the line of reasoning and that line of reasoning could be widely accepted to those that look at the rise in crime and wanting something to be done. And that could be abused in a heartbeat. That could be abused in a heartbeat. It would not take much political wrangling or any politician with who's got a lot of charisma to use that same language, that same concept. Your city is connected to that city because you travel between the two on a regular basis. Therefore, you both suffer the same problem. No, because now we got troops going into Kansas City. Why? Well, they're connected to Chicago. Not really, but they are. They are, but there's planes, there's buses, there's roads. They're in the same general region of middle America. You can make that argument, and now you're into a whole new city with American troops, presumably trying to track down these illegal aliens, these gangs that may not be a significant presence, that may not be a real threat in that community. It's the magnitude of threat does not equal the magnitude of force being used against it. And it isn't justifiable. Again, My justification, my reasoning in LA, why I support it 1,000%. Those gangs were actively, not that they just existed, not just that they were committing crimes, but they were active, posing a national security threat to the American people. They were burning down law enforcement cars. They were destroying property. They were endangering American citizens' lives because they didn't like the enforcement of law. They were trying to intimidate the federal government as well as the local and state government, and they were trying to intimidate and harm American citizens. That is entirely different than what we're seeing in Chicago. They do not equate to the same thing. They're not the same. So we can't have the same response. Again, and again, DC completely different than all of that. Now response to me. I believe the only federal involvement should be surgical operations of ICE, only focused on solely illegals, and FBI, DHS should focus on the breaking of gangs and cartels with state-led law enforcement. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, not the ICE component. Again, we don't need troops for the ICE component. We don't. We already have ICE. We already have a federal agency that can handle that. We don't need National Guard. We don't need National Guard to do what the DEA and what the Treasury and what the FBI can do. We don't need that. So don't bring in the federal government. We don't bring in federal troops. Now, if there are other people who have some thoughts about this, I look forward to hearing your thoughts. I look forward to having that conversation. We should have that conversation. Again, we've done more conversation and more deep dive on this than the entire mainstream news media, as far as I know. And we've done it with more respect to you because I've taken more time to go through it than the mainstream news media. And I have to ask you, I'm one man and I'm poor. ABC has over 10,000 employees. CBS, NBC, the same thing. Even MS Now, formerly MSNBC, as screwed up as they are, as much as they are losing money, they have thousands of employees. They have millions of dollars that they can access. Why aren't any of them having this conversation? Why aren't the mainstream putting aside an hour, 2 hours, like I have, to talk with you, the public, and to talk with leadership, and to talk with the great minds that are in this nation and say, let's work through this. What's the answer? Let's have a public debate, a public roundtable talking about this to people across America, in particular in Illinois, which is the next target, or any other state. Let's have this debate. They won't do it because they're afraid that means you won't vote Democrat anymore. Which, okay, maybe you should or shouldn't, but that's an individual choice. That's not for the news media to decide, and yet they are. They don't want to have this discussion because if we have this discussion, throughout this discussion is the implicit and explicit understanding Democrats fail. And they have failed for decades in all of their policies. All of their promises have been empty all the way through. There is no excuse. There is no other way of looking at it. You can wish, you can hope, you can feel, and the answer at the end of the day is they failed. Period. Full stop. Which means that some people will recognize that and they won't vote Democrat in the next election. And they can't live with that. So that's why the mainstream isn't having this conversation. Well, since they're not having the conversation, I am. And don't tell me it's not racial. This isn't about race. That's a distraction. And it's not about Orange Man bad. That's a distraction. Those are absolutely immaterial. One, the race component isn't applicable based on the data that we have and the location that we're speaking about. And in terms of Orange Man bad, that's just a feeling. That's just propaganda hype. That's useless. It solves nothing. It's not an answer to anything. Throw that out the window. Feel it if you want to. You can feel it all you want. I don't care if you have TDS or not. It means nothing to me. It's immaterial. It's useless. It is not substantive. I am trying to provide substantive answers to the question. And you are more than welcome, everyone in the audience, everyone watching, you're more than welcome to say, I don't accept that. Okay, what's the alternative? Gal is trying to provide some alternatives. John has contacted me and said, and he's leaving some ideas. Let's have that substantive conversation. And if the mainstream media won't do it, I will. I have no problem with that. Because you deserve it. You, as an American citizen, deserve to have someone standing up and having this conversation. That is the purpose of the First Amendment, under the First Amendment, the Fourth Estate, the news media. We have the right to do certain things that American citizens in general don't, because we're supposed to have these conversations, because we're supposed to present you with these arguments, these issues, and let you, as an American citizen, decide whatever it is you want to decide. And if that means that you decide that you want to vote Democrat, or you want to vote Republican, or you want to vote for libertarians, or third party, or Mickey Mouse, I don't care. It's up to you. That's your choice. You're a citizen. You're an adult. You're intelligent. I respect you. You make the choice you want to make for it. So at this moment, let me pause and say, please, if you found that interesting, if you find that vital, if you find that, hell, I don't know, educational, entertaining, whatever it is, please hit the like button, hit the like, share, most of all, hit the subscribe button so that we can reach more people. Maybe there's someone in Illinois right now. Maybe there's someone in the middle of Scranton right now. Maybe there's someone in Boise, Idaho right now who has an answer to this, but no one's talking to them. No one's listening to them, or they feel like no one's listening to them because they're in Montana. I'll listen to you. I'll take you serious. Give me a serious solution. Let's have a serious conversation. I want that. Because if the mainstream won't do it, they fail. I'm not. I'm here to do what I'm trying to do, the job they won't do. And I'm not getting $25 million a year like Rachel Maddow. I'm not making like $1 million a year like Don Lemon, because I'm not bought. You may not like all the answers I have, but at least I'm giving them to you, and I'm not bought. By the way, can't say that I couldn't ever be bought. It costs, you pay me $1 million a year, you give me $25 million a year like Rachel Maddow. We'll have a conversation about some of the issues. I might bend and compromise here. I mean, it's $25 million a year. I'll at least be honest about it. And don't look at me and go, but Mike, I wouldn't ever compromise. Yes, you would. If they offer enough money, yes, you would. If they offered enough to you, maybe not money. If they offered enough to you, would you? Yeah. Everyone has a breaking point. Everyone has a bending point. Let's all be honest about that. But no one's offering me. Hell, I don't see any of the news stations offering me $50,000. Hell, they're not offering me $5. So it's not on the table. And yeah, you want to bribe me? My number's somewhere around 25 million. I learned that from back when I was a stockbroker. If I'm going to be corrupt, and by the way, as a stockbroker, I never got sued. Never got sued. I had one complaint for $300 in all the years that I was a stockbroker, because I kept a rule. I'm not going to steal anything. It's not worth it. It had to be worth it. And the amount of money I had under management, I had millions under management, which means I needed tens of millions of dollars. I had to steal tens of millions of dollars to make it worth losing that money under management to lose the lifestyle that I had, to be punished for the rest of my life, I would need tens of millions to make up for that. And I could never get tens of millions. I didn't have the tens of millions under management. Couldn't steal that much. So since I can't steal that much, I'm going to be fair and honest. May not be the most logical thing to the average person, but it makes sense. And more importantly, left me honest. I can't afford to. I can't afford to steal that much, so might as well be honest because the crime is exactly the punishment for a stockbroker, as an example, is exactly the same if you steal $500 as if you steal $500 million. There's no real difference in terms of the finance law, SEC. You're going to get some of the same punishments, whether it's $500 or 500 million. Still steal 500 million. Why? That's worth it. Hell, it's impressive at least. At least you'll impress people in the prison. That might buy you some safety. And if you do get that much money and you're able to hide some of that money, you're going to live a decent life afterwards. You'll be able to live with the stigma that you are a criminal for the rest of your life. You're not going to get that off of $500. No one's going to respect you. You're not going to live well off of that. And now you're going to be suffering the penalty for the rest of your life. So, yeah, if you're not going to do it big, don't do it at all. I don't know. It's a way of thinking. You may not agree with it. That's okay. It's a way of thinking. It kept me honest. It kept me clean. I didn't commit any crimes. That's why I didn't worry about ever being sued as a stockbroker, and I never did. Most 90% of stockbrokers can't say that. It's not true. All right. So the last thing I wanted to address today is John Bolton. And there's not much to really be said about it. I mean, there is, but there isn't. Because John Bolton's home got raided. Now, people have a lot of mixed feelings about this. And of course, the left is saying, oh my God, this can't possibly happen. And this is because Trump he's got a hit list of enemies and it's just political and it's just retribution. Kinda, maybe, but maybe not. Let me be clear. Because the real question we should be asking is there an underlying crime? See, it's perfectly fine to go after a politician who committed a crime. Absolutely. And even if that crime is old, if they did the crime, they should do the time. So if you're investigating John Bolton and John Bolton did something that was criminal, what's the problem? I don't care if he's your enemy, he also is a criminal. And if he's a criminal, he should be prosecuted. And at the very least, he should be, if nothing else, if you believe there's a crime, then you should investigate it. The fact that he's John Bolton shouldn't stop you. The fact that John Bolton is your political enemy shouldn't stop you if you have a realistic expectation that he committed a crime. And there is expectations that he committed a crime. There is a realistic expectation that he violated law. So that means he should be investigated. I mean, this is the same reasoning about why they raided Donald Trump's home. This is the same reasoning why they investigated Eric Adams. Because they believed there was a crime. And they said, well, it's not political because we believe there's a crime. When Eric Adams was put under investigation by the Biden administration, Democrats said, no, that's perfectly fine because even though he's embarrassing Joe Biden, even though he's embarrassing Democrats about the open border and the destruction of infrastructure because of illegal aliens, it's not political. We're not trying to shut him down politically. He committed a crime. His people committed a crime. Yes, the crime was 5 years ago. No one paid attention to it. No one cared. And it was perfectly okay until now, but it's still a crime. And so they're going to investigate that crime. That's why they went into his home and his friends' homes and they went after him. And you know what? They're right. Because at the end of the day, there was a crime that at least an allegation of a crime, which had to be investigated. Perfectly fair. Okay, then you get to have that raid. Same thing with John Bolton. Oh, the reason why they went after Trump, because there's an allegation there might be a crime. Yes, the records, the documents had already been inspected. Everyone knew where they were. Every single item was was known and could have been fixed by simply having a conversation with Donald Trump or one of his employees and saying, change the lock and put this in a box. Could have been done. It wasn't because they wanted to have a spectacle. They wanted to use that rather than to resolve the crime. They wanted to punish the crime. They wanted to have that political aspect included. So that's why they did it the way they did on Donald Trump. And they didn't do it the same way on Joe Biden, even though we knew for a fact Joe Biden had highly top secret documents for 40 years that he could not have in his possession. That was a crime in and of itself. The fact that he had it in a garage that was accessible by the public and was not secure, well, these are four more crimes. So, yeah, there were a lot of crimes, and they didn't invade Joe Biden. So, Joe, actually, no, they did. Now that I think about it, no, they did do. It wasn't a raid, but they did investigate Joe Biden's um, office at Penn State, and they did go into his garage, but it wasn't a raid. But they did go in. Why? Because it's an investigation. Mind you, it was an investigation under the Biden administration, so there's a lot of bias in there, and they didn't find anything because there's a lot of bias in there. But they did do the investigation. So again, John Bolton, why not? Why not go in? So the question you're not hearing from the mainstream news media is, did John Bolton do something to deserve a raid? The answer is yes. Yes, he did. He did have enough on him to deserve being investigated, just like Letitia James, just like um, Adam Schiff, just like Comey. They've all done, they have circumstance actions, violations of law, or at least the the appearance of the violation of law that would make us say, well, yeah, they need to be investigated. So they should. I know one of the things that people are saying right now is, yeah, but you got to understand, Mike, the Biden administration said that John Bolton's okay. They let it go. Well, the Trump administration said Eric Adams is okay. Let it go. I don't hear them, but Democrats are saying, no, 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 that's corrupt. Why wasn't it corrupt under Biden? If Biden can do it and it wasn't corrupt, then Eric Adams getting the pardon from Trump isn't corrupt either. The rule goes both ways. Either it's corrupt or it's not. And Democrats have made it very, very, very clear. Going after helping Eric Adams was corruption. Therefore, helping John Bolton is corruption too. There's no difference. They're the exact same thing. Same thing for Comey, same thing for Letitia James, same thing for Adam Schiff. They have underlying crimes, at least the impression of underlying crimes. Therefore, they should be investigated at the least, if not brought up on charges and convicted. Oh, but the left doesn't like that. They don't like the way that feels. I don't care. Again, I don't care what you feel. Feel isn't law. Feel isn't politics. It isn't legislation. Feel is meaningless. You can feel whatever you want. Feel however you want to feel about it. But if there is, and there appears to be, a underlying crime, or at least the appearance of a crime, then there should be an investigation. Go for it. I don't see an argument against that. The left doesn't have an argument against that. They have Orange Man bad. This is political. You shouldn't do it. Not not addressing, but there's an underlying crime. They won't talk about that because they don't have an answer for that because it's true. There is an underlying crime. Therefore, there should be an investigation. Full stop, done. I don't care how you feel about it. Doesn't matter if you like it or you don't like it, whether you think he's justified or not. There is an underlying crime. Therefore, it can be investigated. Full stop, done. The left doesn't have an answer to that. Therefore, they won't talk about that. They'll talk about something completely different. They will make up this story that it's political. Well, he's going after his political enemies. And if his political enemies, if it is true that Trump is going after a hit list of his political enemies, and his enemies are such fools that they committed crimes, obviously committed crimes that can be investigated, that's on their part. They're screwed up. That's them. They should have been better at whatever they were doing. Just be good at what if you're going to commit the crime, then at least be good at it. But if they're not, they still suffer the consequences. I don't care. Go ahead, they're his political enemy. Did he commit the crime? That's like saying, how is it? I'm trying to think of an analogy here for you guys. I don't know. I don't know. Oh boy, my batteries are starting to die. Okay, folks. Well, it's 5 hours in. So my batteries are starting to die. So I'm going to be real quick here because I don't want them to go completely dead. John says, when responding, if the emergency appears to be half of your resources, it's time to call more fire departments. One on standby and one to come back up. Trump's write-up should look something like that. Okay, we can see. I'm guessing that New York City has 3 or 4 illegal immigrants for every one police officer in the city. More than that, John. Far more than that. New York City normally has about 30, actually, we're supposed to have about 45,000 officers in New York City. That's considered normal. I believe at the moment we're closer to 35, between 35 and 38,000 police officers in New York City at this time. So we're undermanned by about 10,000. There are at least just under the Biden administration in the last 2 years of 2023, 2024, there were over 200,000 illegal aliens in New York City. Over. So that would be about 7 times as many. Just to give you an idea. That's the magnitude. So you're talking about 7 to 1. That's just on the known 200,000. That's not pre-existing illegal aliens in New York City. Literally, the number is estimated, depending on where you look. You can find an estimate somewhere between 1.2 and 2.5 million illegal aliens in New York City at any given second. So you're talking about a magnitude of over 100 to 1. Yeah, there's a lot more illegal aliens than there are police officers in New York City. Always. Always has been. Dow says, I thought his investigation was restarted because Bolton had his security status removed and now is suspected of holding documents that were never returned to the government. Well, no. Those two things happened at about the same time. His security status was removed. That's correct. Because it appears that the threat on his life from Iran and terrorist organizations no longer exists. So that's why that was the justification for removing his security status. He no longer had the death threats, assassination threats on his life. So that was removed. Separate of that, but simultaneously, the Trump administration over the last several months have looked over and they believe that he has documents that were illegal for him to possess, and therefore that's a crime. So they're investigating that. So the two things were happening at the same time, not because the one didn't cause the other. They're simultaneous. At least that's my understanding of the argument at this time. If I've misunderstood that, I'm letting you guys know. That's how I understand it at this moment. These are simultaneous actions, not one relies on the other. So That's the difference there. That's how I understand it. I could be wrong. Okay, so folks, we've been on for 5 hours. Let me tell you that my battery is dying, um, so I won't be able to keep talking with you for a moment. And I want to make sure that the MacBook Air that I'm using doesn't overheat, which is slightly hot. Okay, I'm learning the new Apple system. It annoys me. Next week, I'll be able to have I won't have just the links in the description, but I should be able to show it on screen like we normally do. I hope that people were able to take something from these discussions, and I hope that people will continue the conversations after the show in the comments, whether on Rumble, on X, on YouTube, on Facebook. I look forward to them all, and I will have a conversation with you to answer your questions and to keep investigating this. Please, if you've made it through 5 hours of the show, if you made it through 5 minutes, like, share, subscribe. It helps immensely for us to reach more people. We already reach 100 countries. We want to reach more people. We're already global in the reach of this program. We want to have more people to get more interaction. I think that would be absolutely vital. At the same time, please consider helping the program with your support. I'm trying to raise $3,000 for my puppy. I've paid, I've already paid about $500 into for his treatment, for his ultrasound, for his chest, for his belly, and I'm getting prepared for whatever the results will be. But that's a lot of money, and I'm a poor man. That's just the fact of it. So you could, if we can get everybody to join the Patreon, it's $1.50 a month, takes care of my bills, no problem. Or if you want, you can do a super chat or super reaction or a Rumble rant on the program whenever you're on. I know John Washington did that. He did $9.99. We appreciate that. That was a way to help. And if you don't want to do any of that, perhaps you may want to do what Kintsugi has done, what Dal Grimm and Mrs. Grimm have done. And they went out and they decided to go to, it's in the description, they went to PayPal directly and they made a one-time payment towards me to help me pay my bill. It's $400 a month. Total bill is $3,000. Your help is critical and vital. And yes, all of my money is going towards paying my puppy's bill before I fix my PC, before I do anything else. And the final thing is, I give again an extra shout out to Peace Logic, whose name is Dean. But Peace Logic, I want to give him an extra shout out. The reason why I'm able to provide this program today to you and why I'm on a MacBook Air is because he donated that MacBook Air to me so that I could do this show, so I could still be able to do my work. And I appreciate his his help sincerely and fully, and I want to give him credit for having done that. It is something I still got to get a mouse, I still got to get a power cord. Uh, I'm not used to this, but you know what? I do not look down that. That was a gift, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it intensely because I wouldn't be able to do the show for 5 hours like I have if it weren't for his support. So I thank him for that. Look, folks, if you're new to the program, I hope you found it interesting at the very least. Hopefully, you'll come back for more or check out my catalog of 2,700 videos that I've done already over the last 20 years in this vein. I look forward to seeing you all again. I thank you, regardless of whatever your political affiliation is, whatever your political preference, whether you agree with me or disagree with me. I appreciate you. I thank you for your time. I hope you're going to have a great Sunday. Have a great holiday as well. I'm working throughout the whole thing. I will be back next week. I don't take holidays. I don't take vacations. I will be back next week with yet another episode. But until then, I want you to be well. I'll talk to you again soon.